take it. Told everyone I'm a bitch, so I became it. Always had to put yourself above me. And everybody but your dog, you can all fuck off. Na 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 na. A B C D E F. You said you just needed space, and so I gave it. When I had nothing to say, you couldn't take it. Told everyone I'm a bitch, so I became it. Always had to put yourself above me. I was into you, but I'm over it now. And I was trying to be nice, but nothing's getting through, so let me spell it out. A, B, C, D, E, F. You and your mom and your sister and your job and your Craigslist couch and the way your voice.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Frustration Unlimited. This is episode 120. It is May 10th, 2022. And we have a special guest in the studio today. His name is Wyatt Larew. Without further ado,
how you doing? What's going on? My name is Wyatt, and I own a company called Wyatt Perp. We developed a THC delivery system that is compliant with the Controlled Substances Act, and I'm here today to share with you guys my story.
Man, I can't wait to hear it. So I was on location shooting this video, and Wyatt was sending me a bunch of messages about all the stuff that's been going on, and I was just like, dude, I got to get you in the studio. I got to hear this in person. Like, this can't just text somebody all this.
Oh no. I'm definitely very forward, and I don't have a very good filter at all. My filter is not very well. So.
Well, we don't either, so it's okay.
And that was literally what sold him. I go, dude, it's uncut, uncensored.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
And he's like, all right, sold.
I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do this. You know, if you guys will actually let me
sometimes just
talk.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Let's fucking do it, man.
Yeah, man. Who cares?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's get this over with. Let's tell the truth and blow the lid off a bunch of bullshit that's been going on for a long time.
And that's
why I'm here.
Yeah. And that's literally why we have this show is A, to like let out the frustrations of just all the bullshit that's going on in the world. And
I really had, with all the frustrations I have right now, I haven't really let it all out. And that's for a totally different fucking show.
Oh, man.
So I'm just,
maybe we can all work on this together tonight.
Oh, like a group therapy?
Yeah,
like a group therapy
we'll figure this out. Yeah.
No.
Talk about your problems. Talk about your problems.
What the hell? I mean, who knows? I mean, okay, that's fine.
Hey, and if the audience wants to participate, they can talk about their problems too.
Yeah, no.
Hi, Molly.
I forgot to turn on the chat. My bad.
That's my daughter, Molly. I think Molly's gone already. So she said, hi, I just want to say hey and gotta go, bye. Yeah, that's my daughter.
Kayla says, hi, gentlemen. What's up, Kayla? How you doing?
How are you, Kayla?
Oh, yeah, it is, Molly. I agree. Your problem is gone.
Uh-oh.
Oh, crunch.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Sounds like somebody had some frustrations.
Yeah, you bring her on. She'll fucking go off on everything.
I think everybody's too about their breaking point right now.
No shit, dude.
Yeah,
I'm telling you,
not lying.
I mean, I think you could tell in my face. I'm breaking point.
I'm ready to blast some people tonight.
Well, I can't blast people, but
I mean, like, just
you can blast them without calling them, out. Like,
no names, but they know who they are.
No. I'll fucking go off, and I'll go off, and I'll call people out. I will. I've done it before.
Molly says, I don't even care anymore.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And that's a good thing, Molly, that, you don't care.
You're all out of fucks to give.
No fucks given.
That's right.
No fucks given.
That's right. That's right. So, anyway,
I guess is what I can do is I'll just tell you a little bit about my story, and then
yeah. Tell us about yourself. Tell us, start from the beginning and work your way to how you got here now.
I mean,
because you've had a lot of experiences and a lot of stories.
So I've gone through a lot. As a kid, I grew up here in Lake Dallas, where the studio is at. I grew up here in Lake Dallas. I was actually born in Florida, but I came here and went through grade school.
Whereabouts in Florida?
I was born in Fort Myers.
Okay.
Close to Tampa.
Yeah, that place.
Tampa was okay. It's
I
all right.
remember it being a lot more beautiful than it is right now.
Yeah, it just seems like that it's turning into shit, kind of like Texas.
Oh,
Well, you know what? You know how
In the
we're having.
country.
You know how we're
You
having
know?
like massive amounts of people and shit moving to Texas.
Oh yeah,
Florida is just as bad.
Yeah.
There's
Really?
oh yeah.
how come I see a lot of Floridians here?
I have too, but for some reason, there's a lot of people from the northern states that are.
Are moving down to Florida,
Yep.
and then everybody from Florida is moving to Texas.
Right.
Yep, they're like, fuck
Everybody's-
this, I'm out.
Yep.
And everybody is just coming here just to fuck shit up.
Dude.
It's kind of ghetto, but it's so beautiful that you can deal with it. Does that make sense? It's like
Yeah.
it's there's so much crime and stuff there, and it's not very safe, but
Uh-huh.
you're willing to deal with it because you have a beautiful beach and there are so many cool people. You know
Right.
what I mean? But if you read the news, almost anything that's absolutely unbelievable comes out of the state of Florida.
Oh yeah,
100%.
we were
And
literally.
everything fucking crazy comes out of Florida.
Yeah.
We were literally going to start a new.
I came out of
Yeah.
Florida.
Sorry, I didn't mean you, dude. So I mean, and Texas is right behind that
Oh,
state
man.
too, and crazy shit.
Crazy land.
Crazy news stories. I mean, it's right behind fucking Florida,
Right
you
behind.
know.
For
So, and it's kind of embarrassing.
It's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, because Texas is a good state. Texas can survive on its own. Hell, gas prices will be down to $1.50 if we seceded.
No, for sure.
I'm not getting into that.
If we seceded, this would be probably the third richest nation on planet Earth.
Oh no shit.
Oh, actually,
I agree with you.
It certainly would be because we would have no debt.
That's
So
true.
the only other
Kinda
country
like New
in
Orleans.
the only other country in North America that has no debt right now is Mexico. Did y'all know that?
No.
Dude, that when everything goes to shit, which we know everything is, they're going to be the richest population on the planet. And you know what they're going to do?
What's that?
Build
Come
a
to
giant
Texas.
fucking wall.
To keep us
They
out.
are
100%.
Us out. I'm
Yes,
surprised.
yes.
I'm surprised Canada hasn't even.
They're
built
going
a
to
wall yet
landmine that
to
place.
keep us
man.
out of Canada.
I am serious though. They don't have any sovereign debt. They didn't go in. They have all the natural resources that we have.
Mhm.
They're just as rich of a nation as we are, but
Yeah.
they don't have the debt that we do. They didn't take any of it. So
Yeah.
as everything, plays out the way we all know it's about to play out,
Right.
yeah, that place is going to be sitting fat when everything else is said and done.
Right.
They have just as much gold as we do. They have just as much oil as we do, and they don't have it. They don't owe $30 trillion. I'm pretty good at math. Do you guys know how much
I think I'm pretty
how
good at
fucked
math,
we
too.
are?
Oh yeah, we're fucked.
Oh, we are fucked.
we were born
dude.
fucked.
Oh,
We were fucked. We are fucked.
Oh,
bad.
no, for real.
I
though.
know we are.
I want to break this down though, real quick. 1 million seconds ago is roughly 11 days ago. A billion seconds ago is somewhere around 1935, and a trillion seconds ago is like 200, like 200 to 300 years before Christ was born. So
Mhm.
right now we spend $56 a second as a sovereign nation, borrowing money and printing it and spending it. And in the last 10 years, they've borrowed enough money to where that equivalates to, it will take 225,000 years to pay back what they've borrowed in the last 10 years,
Mm.
or 55,000
America,
of your generation.
Ain't it great?
Dude, George Washington said the last official act of every government is to loot the treasury. That's what's happening.
I might explain the stock market right now.
Yep, I'm telling you, man. this
And the
is-
crypto and like all of it is just.
we are all being played by like.
So
a
who do
bunch
we
of
blame?
fools, huh?
Yeah, who
So,
do we blame?
Who
what's
do
the
we
finger at?
blame? Come on, say it. Say it. Say it.
Can't.
Say it. Who do we blame?
I
Come on,
can't.
say it. Say it. He's a political figure. Come on, say it. Say it.
Oh
say
no,
it.
no. See, I don't believe in that. I don't believe that.
It's no-
I've been
You got to blame somebody.
I've been exposed to some really tragic, horrible, evil things.
Yeah.
So I know that there's no right and left, that they're both homies who go to the same schools and their kids go to the same ballet recitals, and they both smoke King Louis and trade stock advice while they pretend to hate each other, and they're business partners. It's not like you think.
Kayla says Pelosi.
They're all guilty.
Oh yeah, they
All of them, every single one of them. They're all homies. I think that we should, as a people, arrest all of them and charge them under RICO, and we should nullify all the debt as completely fraudulent and illegitimate, because we completely got destroyed from within by a group of a criminal cartel who is using sex trafficking and other entities to be able to destroy this country and loot it at its will as quickly as possible. And they're going to get a lot of people they're going to kill a lot of people if this,
Dude, you're
if nobody
spot on,
stops them,
man. You're
dude.
spot fucking on, man.
I'm telling you, dude, I was exposed to it. I can tell you what they even are. They're called Thelmas. They,
So that's Biden.
I think it's all of them, man.
So we're still calling him
He's all about pointing finger at one particular person.
Thelma Biden.
What
Thelma
I can just tell you
fucking
what I
Harris.
experienced, and the evil that I experienced, and what I experienced was a lot of very powerful people who gave themselves immunity to do whatever they want. And they are essentially, what the research that I've come up with is that they are a Masonic cult who follows Alexander Crowley. And these people are all in elected positions all over the United States, especially where I was at, where I had to experience everything that I went through. Almost every person who helped cover this stuff up was in a voted in position. So I truly believe that there's no right or left, that there's an organized criminal group that is actually manipulating everybody, and they're all homies just playing a lie and a story against everybody. And this is a very organized fraternal order, basically, that goes back to the 1900s.
Right.
And it's a religious group that exists that no one knows about. And there's a reason no one knows about it. But these are the people that are doing all the ball worship, doing all the blood magic, doing all these things where, Epstein Island, all this weird stuff that no one's understanding. That's what they are. They're Thelmas. They are doing very interesting things that a lot of people don't believe in, but it's basically magic. They're doing a lot of spell stuff and weird things that a lot of people just couldn't grasp or wrap their head around. They would be like, you are absolutely insane, but I saw this with my own eyes, and I'm going to tell everyone how they can, but I suggest that you really don't. It's a horrible thing. Once you see it, you can't undo it. There was a group in this town that I was from, and my best friend, he was turned out by this group, and they basically sold his wife over 100 times. She had what was called a master. She had 3 masters that they could basically sell her to whoever they want, and they sold her on the internet. And those 3 masters over this woman, they did like group sex on her and stuff. It was just absolutely the most horrible, evil things that you could possibly think of. And they record all of it, and they use Spotify, and they encode their videos as audio messages, or so they do it as a song, and then it'll actually be a video. And if you have the 8-bit encryption and you can type it in, then you can decode the audio file to a video file, and it'll be the act that they did with the John. And that's how they charge them. They don't charge them before, because they say the men always take more than what they pay for. I'm serious. It's the most sophisticated network of organized crime I've ever seen in my entire life. And it was a lot of government entities that were participated in it. I turned these people into the Department of Homeland Security with a ton of video evidence, eyewitness testimony, everything that I could do to make this right and do anything. They haven't done anything yet. It's been over a year. That's kind of why I'm here today too, is I want people to actually understand what I experienced. Might not be what is going on everywhere, but this is my truth, and this is what happened to me.
And that's why you're here. Kayla has a question. She says, I have a military person that has told me exactly what you're saying. Are you ex-Army?
I am not, but I do believe that the military people are highly involved. And I think that all of this ranking system is a structural way to hold people down and give certain individuals power over others. And the people at the very top, you don't know who they are, and you never will. And they have ultimate power, and they can do whatever they want. When I exposed these people to the Department of Homeland Security, a couple weeks later, my kidney donor's daughter, I can't say they did this, but this is my what I assume. 2 weeks after I turned an entire, like half a town into the Department of Homeland Security, I had a kidney transplant 3 years ago on June 26th. 2 people went over to her house, and they raped her daughter in her house, and it was all on video. There were reports taken. The leading investigating officer actually tried to change the rape kit, and he destroyed evidence, and they had to get the FBI in and give him a change of venue. It went to the next county over, and they just told the little girl they don't believe her anymore and threw it all out. This is Llano County, Texas. This is where this stuff is really, really, really heavy and going on. It's around the richest of the rich where they have their playgrounds. And I don't think that that's a coincidence under any circumstances.
So it's funny you're talking about human trafficking and stuff like that, because one of the organizations that I work with is called It's Gonna Be Okay, and the CEO of the company, actually, she was trafficked herself at a young age. So she basically, like what you're doing is, exposing all of the shit that's going on. And man, I met some high profile lawyers and stuff, and some of the things they were telling me, that like how the money, like basically follow the money. They always say
Yeah,
follow the money.
but
And they
they
were
have
saying like,
immunity. Like I went when I've gone everything I can to get the cops prosecuted, the judge that was involved in this, everything exposed. The only recourse of action this family has is in civil court. The lawyers told me that they all have immunity to do this. You have to sue them. They have the government has given themselves immunity to rape our children. This is a real fucking problem.
yeah,
Like it's not, it's this, I'm living, this is my reality. I can get her on the phone right now. She'll tell you everything. Like this is real, man. This is really happening, and nobody will do anything about it. And they just make it go away. They just ignore it. They ignore
sounds
my
like
best
we need to
friend's
have her
wife.
in the studio too to tell her,
Oh,
the
I
story.
would love to get her in here.
Yeah,
that would be awesome, man. You should totally,
Yeah,
like,
we can set it up.
set these people straight 100%.
Kayla says Stonebriar Mall in Frisco is #1 in the country for trafficking.
I believe it.
And she said, like Plano, they know of it, but they have no power. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of that's what I'm trying to explain, is that there's a lot of people who seek power, who are in positions of power, who are law enforcement and judges, district attorneys. They're all very involved in this stuff. There's no way around it. I turned everybody in. I showed everybody. They could arrest everyone and literally obtain the largest land seizure in U.S. history by seizing all the property under President Trump's executive order of all the people who were involved in this in Llano County. They own thousands and thousands and thousands of acres of people that were doing this. All of this land could be seized from them and reappropriated to all their victims. They won't do it because it's literally billions of dollars.
Yeah.
It's the richest of the richest people out there. They're all going to lose their shit. They won't allow it.
And that they're funneling money into some people's pockets.
Oh, I know exactly where it goes. Even there's somebody there who basically runs the town, who the town banks through their bank through an overseas bank account. Like the entire town is basically laundering money to an overseas account for a group of individuals. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, well, that's
there's another thing too. My concern over this is I had to have a kidney transplant too.
Let's talk about that. Yeah.
I have a disease that's called IgA nephropathy. Okay. It means that I have an overactive immune system. So I have like the opposite disease of AIDS. To where my body's constantly fighting an infection that is not there. And the proteins that are produced, that's what a COVID shot actually stimulates, is an IgA response. My body's doing that constantly. Okay. After when your body does that constantly and doesn't stop, it destroys the kidney by scarring all the tissues to where it can't filter your blood. So over a long period of time, I lost function of my kidneys. I had to do dialysis. I had started on peritoneal dialysis, where they basically pumped fluid into my stomach and then drained it out. The medical system that saved me, I'm very grateful for, but it also sucks ass, and they were going to let me die straight up. When this first happened and I needed that peritoneal catheter in my stomach, or I was going to die, I didn't have health insurance at the time. And my emergency stuff didn't kick in. And I had to have a doctor who had never done the surgery before do it, because none of the experienced ones would do it because I didn't have insurance.
Right.
I got the bill. The bill was $1,800. They were all going to let me die over $1,800, dude. I had $5,000 in my pocket. I just sold a bunch of weed. Like I could have literally paid them in cash.
Yeah.
And nobody even said anything. I thought it'd be like a $30,000 surgery.
Yeah, because
no, it wasn't. The anesthesiologist cost more than the surgeon.
Yeah.
So literally this guy saved my life. Never done it before, but he really fucked me up. The catheter wrapped itself around my liver, and it squeezed my liver, and I almost died. I had to have an emergency surgery. They ripped it out. They put a peritoneal catheter in my jugular vein. When they did that, I did hemodialysis for the first time, and I went into SVT. And when I went into SVT, you basically, I thought somebody put a giant vibrating chair on my bed or something. I couldn't breathe or anything. I said, stop the vibrating, stop the vibrating. And I just saw my doctor start crying. And I was like, oh shit, I'm fucked. You know, when your doctor starts crying, you know,
Yeah, you know there's a something going
yeah.
on.
And then I saw him bring the paddles in, and then I went dark, and then I saw what has influenced me to do everything, man.
So what did you see?
Man, I saw that we're not human, and that we are.
What do you mean by that? Elaborate on that.
We are that your body, it's like a car that you can get in and out of. You're an immortal supreme being. You're an entity of God. I'm going to say that you are God, not that you are the God. Don't let that shit go to your head. All right. But you're a piece of him. And
Right.
like, I'm a cell in his thumb. That's why I'm really good at growing pot. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm part of his green thumb. That's kind
You're
of
part
the
of
way
his
I put
green
it.
thumb.
Yeah, part of that little. But I'm just a little tiny immense part. But whenever I left, I became whole of something, and it was like I had all these memories that weren't mine and stuff, and that's kind of how I know what I know.
Okay.
All right, it was very interesting, and
Yeah.
I heard Jesus, and all he told me was the word is my sword over and over and over again. Didn't say anything else, and I just felt love and I felt comfort, and a God like was speaking to me telepathically, I guess is the best way to explain it. There was no voices or anything. I could just feel everything, but I knew everything. And there's no wrong way to the God of love. Like, you don't have to be a Christian. You don't have to be like the way I saw. I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus and everything, and that's my way. But I saw that if there's no wrong way, he loves everybody.
Right.
Like, you don't have to be part of anybody's little cult to have God's love. Like, he loves you, man. He loves you so much that even the people who don't believe in Jesus, he gave Jesus to beat Lucifer at his game. And he showed me that it wasn't what we think it is. He showed me that magic is like real, that God is like the ultimate magician, and that he can do everything, and that everything these other people are doing, it's fake. It's magik. It's not real. They have to lie to you and manipulate you through deceit and through
divide and conquer, basically.
Yeah, it's not
That's
real.
why you have a right side and you have the left side sway.
But God can feed 1 million people with 2 fish, or he can bring me back to life to come here and talk to you today. Do you understand? Like, this is it's totally epic. This God, he can do anything that he wants, and he's extremely powerful, and there's no wrong way to him. But what I saw is what he showed me was about Jesus, was that basically it was for everyone, and it was to beat the evil one at a game that he couldn't win. And essentially what that was I guess the people who did evil things, they do this to children, and that they have to do that because they're innocent, and that's how they get this power or whatever, is that they're doing this to innocent beings. God made a man of 33 years old and then sacrificed him in basically the same way. He crucified him on a cross and bloodlet him so that you could be forgiven, because Lucifer can do all these evil things through the magic is like, how do I explain this? Through the innocence. Okay. So God gave a man, the only man that will ever walk on earth, that was 33 years old. He made him innocent, and he sacrificed him so that Lucifer could never win this game, because there will never be another person on earth that will ever attain the age of 33 years old and be pure of sin. So regardless of whether you believe in Christianity or not, it was like a sacrifice for all of humanity, so that we can actually beat Lucifer at his game and rejoin the God of love. And that's what I saw. It's kind of crazy and weird or whatever. I don't expect everybody to understand or feed into it or whatever, but that's just my take. And I mean, I've been shown something, so I just try to communicate it and live the best life I can through love.
I mean, love conquers all is what they say. So
yeah, love is a weapon.
Yeah.
That's God's weapon. Love and truth are going to be what conquer all this evil. It's not going to be bombs when God or whatever comes back and destroys all this evil. It's just going to be through love. Like, he's just going to speak truth and love, and through that, it's going to destroy all this evil, because the evil is run through lies and deception.
Right.
So all you have to do is expose the truth and all the lies and all the deception, and the truth is the sword of God.
I saw you in the
believe.
studio, and I was like,
And that's why my slogan on my weed bags are Amare Veritas, like love is truth. Love is forever truth. Truth is forever love.
"What's going on, man?"
How you doing?
This is Dustin.
Dustin, nice to meet you.
bro.
This is my business partner, Dustin.
Awesome.
He funded this thing at the beginning to help us get this started.
Awesome.
So after all this crazy stuff has happened, I basically my wife of 18 years, she left me 4 weeks before transplant, and let me go back. I had dialysis, I had that NDE, I came back, I did hemodialysis through my jugular vein for about 4 to 6 more weeks while I had this fistula in my arm built. And this fistula is like where they basically fillet your arm out on a table and lay it all flat, and they take all the veins in your arm and they like French braid them and they turn it into one vein, and then they sew you back up, and this is connected directly to your artery so that it can push through a bunch of blood at once. And is what they do is when you do hemodialysis, they stick 2 fucking needles that are 18 gauge needles every 2 days in that vein. One goes in, one goes out, sucks all the blood out of you, and it runs it through like an RO filter is the best way to explain it, for 3 hours, and then it pumps it back into your body. So I had for maybe 2 to 3 months, I had to do hemodialysis. And when I did that, I had to do it through my neck at first, and once this healed, after they built this, then I could do the fistula. I only had to do dialysis on this 4 or 5 times before I got my transplant. I was very blessed.
Wow.
Yeah, I was down to like 98 pounds, dude.
Damn.
I slept like 20 hours a day. I was about to die. Like
Yeah.
it was it, dude.
So how do you go from that to deciding you're going to do CBD and try to get?
So yeah, check this out. My 2 weeks before this transplant happened, I had planned all this out, man. You have to have, there's a real death panel in place. No one wants to talk about it. It's real. I lived through it. I had to have 3 surgeons, a financial coordinator, and a social worker all agree to the surgery. And you have to be financially well off enough to be able to do this, have money in a savings account, have a house, have a family structure, a support system, because this shit is hard. It's not a joke, and there's a lot of money that goes into this, and I understand that. And I was an exceptional candidate. I changed my diet. I followed all their rules. I was like the only person in the dialysis clinic that wasn't eating fucking McDonald's. You know what I mean? Seriously, no one gives a shit. I was the only one who's like, I want to live. Like, I'm going to get a transplant. Fuck y'all. I couldn't get a match or anything. My 18-year-old son, he was dating this girl named Mackenzie, and she got her mom to give me a kidney right in the nick of time, dude. Wow. She tested 30 days before, and within 30 days they approved it. They did the emergency transplant. They gave me the transplant, and this is where it started. I got the transplant, and on day 3, you leave this place. This happened at Temple, okay? This is like really important to me. Like, God saved my life in Temple and brought me back to life. I was dead. I was on the brink of death, and when I woke up, I saw all the surgeons. They were glowing, and I saw all this black stuff coming around me, and all the light was pushing the black stuff out. And then the next day I came conscious. Day 3, I got to leave there, and when I left there, every transplant patient that survives this, man, it makes me cry every time, dude. Every single person gets to ring a bell and make a wish.
Wow.
And to say, what are you going to do? What do you want to do with this second chance at life? And I said, I want to get hundreds of millions of people high, and I want to give the cannabis plant to every person I can. Yeah. Okay. And I rang the bell, and everybody laughed just like you, dude. Yeah. They were like, oh my God, this dude right here.
This guy right here.
Right. And
almost died. He wants to.
Yeah. And this is his dream. I mean, I lost my family. I had nothing. Yeah, when this happened to me, I wasn't supposed to get the surgery. The surgeon found out that my wife left me like 3 weeks before the transplant. She's like, I'm not going to let this lady kill you.
And this was her wife of how long?
18 years.
Wow.
Straight up just ditched me.
And you'll have a kid together?
Oh, I have
take it?
2 kids.
2 kids?
Yeah.
Okay. You mentioned the 18-year-old. That's why I was.
Yeah, I'm not gonna really say what she was doing or anything, but she ditched me, left me to die, and if the social worker or any of them found out that what situation had changed, they would have just canceled the transplant and gave it to somebody else, or just canceled it. And the social worker was actually transitioning, and he was out at surgery when the surgeon found out that I was getting that I lost my whole support system. My mom actually came into the doctor's office after I got there 3 days before the transplant and was like, I think he's suicidal, blah, 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 blah.
Shit.
He lost everything. You don't understand. She kicked my mom out of the room and she said, is all this true? I was like, yeah, I got fucked. I'm sorry. I just don't know what to do. She goes, I'm not going to let anybody kill you. You got 3 days to find a new support system because that lady's not going to work. Straight up. And I was like, okay.
You know, and that's funny because, they always say, family, blood isn't necessarily family type thing. And that's a perfect, scenario where
my mom loves
blood
me,
doesn't
dude,
mean.
but like me and her have never had the greatest relationship. She's kind of crazy. I'm sorry, Mom, you're awesome. But she knows.
Happy belated Mother's Day.
We've had our issues
Yeah.
through life, but we've had the best relationship we've ever had now. And anyways, when that happened,
Hey, maybe that's
this my friend, her name was Brandy. She called me and said, "Hey, I'm quitting my job. I am not going to let you go through this alone. I'm going to come down there and take care of you. And I'm going to get you through this because I was fucked. I didn't have anyone or anything." And she did that, man. And this girl came and she basically saved my life. She got me through the 6 months that I needed. And then we tried to have a relationship. It didn't work out. Like, we just needed to be friends. She'll always be with somebody who's really close to me as a friend.
Right.
But we weren't meant to be together. Like,
Yeah.
But that is the same person who brought me into basically cannabis at that point. Like, whenever
Brandy was the person that brought you into cannabis, or
I grew my whole life and hustled and did things that I don't really want to talk about on here because now it's none of that exists anymore. I don't do any of that anymore. I'm completely legitimate now.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, not even.
We'll get into that. What were you going to say, Patrick?
Do we have a headset for him?
We have
those. Yeah.
Oh, wait.
So he can hear better than what he's hearing or whatever. Yeah.
Sweet.
And then mic on or whatever. So. I don't know.
These will work.
Will those work? You can put them in this one. I think they're hooked in this one. That is hooked up right there. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, shit, that was loud.
Sorry. Just made sure the mic worked.
Mic worked.
Okay. Hey, Barney,
Jesus.
if you're still here, hello, Barney. We'll just go ahead and say hi, Barney.
And,
Hey, Barney.
So you're
Barney,
on
Barney.
yellow mic.
Kayla,
So make sure that
Misty.
the
hello.
text, you're going to speak right into that where that text is on the mic.
Check.
There you go. Beautiful.
Check.
All right,
check.
cool.
Nailed it.
Check.
So this
Yeah.
chick, Brandy, basically, she brought me to Michigan, and I had started making plans to start a weed company there. I've always wanted to pursue a career in cannabis, but my ex-wife never supported me doing that. So I was never able to actually move to a legal state. I just did a bunch of like really illegal things for a long time in a bunch of different states.
No.
So to make the I mean
Never.
that's how it works. It's pretty real. And anyways, whenever I went to Michigan and I decided I wanted to do this legit, it didn't work out between me and her. But I came back down to Texas, and my best friend one of my best friends of my whole life, his name is Jason Archery. That his sister is like my girlfriend now, like my serious relationship. And dude, he when I came back down here, I got back with him, and Brandy called us up to go and do a harvest up in Michigan with a big giant weed company and a crew. And when I was up there, I met somebody who is really really wealthy and really awesome in the industry and owns multiple labs and multiple grows under multiple companies. I can't speak who they are. This
Yeah.
dude took me to his house, and
Which is why he talked to us offline beforehand, so that way we have context. We in the studio know.
Yeah.
Y'all out in the audience, sorry about your luck.
This dude
Should have been here beforehand.
This dude is really awesome, and
Yeah.
he took me to his house. He smoked me out, and I just met somebody who is at the very top in cannabis, and he was really cool and open, and I felt like this guy is just cool.
Yeah.
So I came back to Texas after the harvest. It involved some 3-letter agencies, even. You know what I mean? Like they do what they do, and
the Alphabet Boys is what I call them.
Yeah, I can't. That's why I'm not really too scared of them. I know the other side too. Anyways, let's not go there.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. So obviously, I've run multiple businesses and that sort of stuff. One of the people reached out to me. This was like probably 10 years ago. They wanted to start a company called Smooth Apparatus.
Okay.
And what they wanted to do is have like
That sounds like a song.
Smooth apparatus.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Sounds like
Smooth Operator.
Sounds like Smooth Operator.
Yep,
Sounds
by
like a
Sonic.
fucking song,
Yep,
man.
Yep.
Listen to that and smoke weed.
Right. Hey, any of my recording artists listening, y'all go record that shit.
Yeah, let's do that.
I own the rights though. No, just kidding.
Smooth Operator.
So they contacted me. What they wanted to do. So DFW Vape was a huge company around here. They had like lounges and they had vape shops all over the DFW area. So they wanted to do something similar, but what they wanted to do is be able to convert it to cannabis to a dispensary or whatever once it got legal. And I'm like going, dude, you've been waiting a long fucking time for that to get approved. And here it is 10 years later. And it's still, Austin has, decriminalized it, but it hasn't been statewide.
Austin hasn't done shit.
Yeah, they'll take your ass to jail for whatever they want.
That's true.
That's just the way it works.
Well, have you seen that fucking
It's all officer discretion, and
Yeah.
Those guys don't give a fuck about weed down there. Out here in Dallas, they'll take you to jail still. In Austin, they don't really care.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a lot of weed, you'll go to jail in Austin. But like, if you're smoking a joint on a corner now, it's kind of like LA. Like in Michigan, dude, everybody's allowed to grow 12 plants. You can just buy weed. It's not like where I come from. Everyone thinks that I'm crazy here. Where I come from, you guys are ass fucking backwards, like a decade behind. So that when marijuana legalization happens in Texas, it's going to be an overnight thing. And all of these people who fought this for so long and so hard are going to be just so disappointed because every other state basically in the nation, it's like not illegal. And when Coca-Cola starts making weed soda and they can't stop it, they're going to have a fucking heart attack, dude. Like, I'm serious. Like, there's so many people here who hate me for what I'm doing and call me the devil and shit. And I'm like, look, man, I feel like I'm really connected to God. Like, I'm trying to do this through love and bring medicine to people.
Yeah.
Where these hardcore, other people, they're like, you can't do this. This is, you're basically selling marijuana. And I'm like, yeah, that's the point. I mean, a lot of people might say.
So explain to me the process. Explain how you got there and how you started the company.
All right, yeah, no. So this is what happened: is the state of Texas actually sent me and this guy right here, Dustin Reagan. We were doing just.
Hold on, let's backtrack. How did y'all two meet?
Okay, so how we met is my best friend that I was telling you about. He passed away last December. In a really unfortunate incident, like heroin overdose. So he's no longer with us, but like he was my best friend in my whole life. I loved him to death. He actually asked me to do something for him for him. You know what I mean? Like not me and this dude, we grew weed together our whole lives. Like this was my partner. This is my business partner, but my best friend before that passed away. Like we grew weed in California. Like we did stuff together. He was my partner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when he asked me to do him a favor and meet someone I never met before, which I would never do. You know what I mean? And especially with what I had to give him. So I was like, all right, cool. I went and I did it. and I met him on his boat, and we've been friends ever since. And then my friend passed away, and I figured all this out. I was actually growing at the time, like actual cannabis all around here.
Yeah.
Didn't care. And I had a bunch of really expensive mother plants. A lot of people don't know what that is. I don't plant weed seeds. I go and I take a weed plant that has tried and true, that has been selectively bred out of, they'll plant like 5,000 seeds, and then they'll find the one plant that looks totally different, that's like autistic essentially. We take the autistic weed plant and we make it the mother plant, and then we take cuttings off that. And I take those cuttings off.
So what do you do when you say you take it and you make it the mother plant? What does that entail?
That entails not letting it bloom. So once you see that it's going to have massive THC production, or that it's just extremely tropical, or it hit what's called a phenotype, a certain genetic profile of the plant that is not present, and it's present in all of them, but it's very limited, and it might come out in 1 out of every 5,000 genes.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Basically like a super athlete.
Right. That's a good analogy.
A super athlete, like one.
So you say you prevent it from blooming or whatever. How do you do that? Like, how does
when you do this in a controlled environment. So whenever you're actually trying to grow for money, you don't if you're smart, you don't just start from seeds that people sell you, because like,
yeah,
you're
no quality control. No,
yeah, you're fucked.
Yeah.
So is what you do is you do start that way though.
Yeah.
Like if I wanted to grow DJ Short blueberry, right? DJ Short blueberry is what everybody knows as blueberry. This dude is like an old dude back in the 70s. He went to like Nepal and Peru and brought back a bunch of badass weed seeds. He created a bunch of mother plants. He refined genetics off those. If I wanted to buy like from his company, or like Tiki Madman or something, if I wanted to go buy their seeds, I would have to actually find the mother I want. I would buy minimum 500 seeds, and I'd plant all those seeds and I'd grow them out to find the one out of those badass plants that I actually want to keep.
Right.
So I will cut down the other 485 plants, keep the 15 plants that I think are going to be nice.
Yeah.
And then I start doing research on those. I'll take a cutting, which is a clone off that, and then I'll bloom it, and I'll take those 15 plants and see which one is the best. Then I narrow it down to 3. Then I narrow it down to 1. When I have my one bitch, she's never, ever, ever going to leave. She's worth a lot of money. I put a lot of time into her. And, I keep her alive under 24/7 lights. So as long as you don't let it flip to a 12 and 12 light cycle to where the sun goes down, it won't bloom. And it's considered legally hemp. And for all of you guys who need out there want to hint, all marijuana is hemp legally under the law until you bloom it. It's all seeds are legal, all plants are legal. I can sell you marijuana clones right now in Texas and not break the law. That's the way it's written. Until it's only you breaking the law when you turn the lights to a 12 and 12 light cycle. If you keep it on 24 hours a day, you got a hemp plant. It's not a marijuana plant until you actually flip the lights. Or
I'm learning so much.
Yeah, man. Like, so,
well, you got an extra room up there.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
It does have sunlight.
So
that just have natural light come in and
anyways,
on them.
I had like 9.
I do have that secret room too.
Right.
I had like 9 of those mother plants. So if you understand the amount of time and work that I've done, especially all the shit's illegal as fuck. So I mean, it took a lot of resources and money to be able to refine these plants that I did. You know what I mean? So I had these 9 plants, and dude, I mean, I cried and I cut them all down when I figured this shit out. And I haven't done anything illegal since. Nothing. Like I'll smoke weed, but I'm not selling shit to anybody that's illegal. Like a lot of people think that I'm going to go to jail for trafficking for what I'm doing. I only sell my oil to licensed manufacturers who are allowed to have it. As long as a consumer doesn't get it, then I didn't break the law.
So explain to me the CBD and the Delta 9.
So check this out, man. I'm gonna blow the lid on everything tonight.
All right, that's what I'm waiting for.
All right, cool. So all of these,
he's getting comfortable now. Look at that.
Man, all these super scientists they're idiots. Okay, they think that they're
super
so
scientists,
smart.
like Fauci.
Sure.
Like
all of everybody who went to college and thinks that they're the genius of all geniuses, they're fucking retarded, okay? Because none of them thought of this, and I did. And because I did, I'm in the position I'm in right now, and I legalized drugs globally. I designed a Controlled Substances Act compliant THC delivery system. As such, I know I'm the first entity on the planet to, other than the DEA, to legally sell THC into other countries, in and out of the United States and through other states. I have access to the banking system. I have access to the federal court system. So come fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? I have the best
well, I know
lawyers
you're
on-
telling the truth because you're keeping eye contact with me.
It's
And I don't see.
No, he's good with eye
Hey,
contact.
and I don't see any bullshit in there.
Nah, there's no bullshit.
Like
I mean, his eyes may be
like I
brown,
see
but
a bunch of other.
all these people who think
Yeah, your eyes are shit brown, man.
all these all these people who think I just like legalized weed to an extent, they don't really understand what
Yeah.
I did. There's a lot more to this. Is what I did is
see me, I'm more interested in like the processes.
all right. I'm
Story
gonna
behind the
teach you
story. That's-
process.
yeah.
All right. So right now, all these synthetic cannabinoids that you can go to the head shop and buy.
Yeah.
Right.
I think they're
Kick.
fucking garbage. Okay, I'll sell them to you if you want them because you insist, and I have a business and I need to stay floating, and that's just
Stay
how this
profitable,
works.
otherwise you're not going to have a business.
Yeah, 100%. I can't change the world if I'm broke and can't and bankrupt. So
Unfortunately. yeah.
unfortunately, right now nobody knows what I'm doing or what I've done, and they just think it's the same, and it's not.
Right.
So right now, everything that you get is from CBD isolate, which means they grow CBD biomass, which would be a hemp flower.
Right.
A hemp plant is the exact same plant as a marijuana plant, except it doesn't produce a ton of THC. It produces CBD instead of THC. So there's still THC in this plant, okay?
Right.
And what's legal is 0.3% or less of any hemp plant you can grow in any 50 states. And every country that's part of the Controlled Substances Act and had to adopt through the treaty some sort of hemp legalization to be able to do interstate commerce of hemp products. The rich people in the government want to trick you and make you think that it's a different plant. It's a different plant because they want to make money off of it.
Right.
Okay, they're
Right.
lying to everybody. It's a big fucking con and a scam. And I
Wow.
took advantage of that because I'm not stupid, and I know it's the same plant, and I know
Right.
THC occurs in both of them.
Yeah.
And so this is how it works. Whenever you grow marijuana, you plant every 8 feet in the ground, or you have a smart pot or whatever, and you plant a plant, and then you walk 8 to 10 feet down the line, and you plant another plant, and you do that over and over and over again, right?
Right.
That plant becomes 10 feet tall and 10 feet wide. You only get like 5 to 6 pounds of weed off it because you're cutting the tops off and you're gutting the flowers. Okay.
Mhm.
Those flowers represent 18 to 30% THC.
Mhm.
You might get 5 pounds off that, right?
Right.
The plant actually weighs probably 110 pounds, 80 to 110 pounds. You're getting 5 pounds off that, and you're getting 18% of that THC. Okay.
Mhm.
Every 8 feet. The way it works with hemp is it has less than 0.3%, but you plant it every 16 inches, and you let it grow straight up in the air as tall as you can.
Mhm.
I'm not going for buds, even though there's buds on there. We're just taking the entire plant and crushing it. So that 0.3% is representative of like 100-pound plant.
Mhm. Right.
So I'm taking
5 pounds. Yeah.
Instead, I'm taking 0.3% off of 50 to 70 to 100 pounds, where they're taking 30% off of 5 pounds.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
the way I did that is, this is the big thing, is that no one understands how you can do this, is blah, 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 blah. I did this so cheap because everybody's so focused on their synthetics, and they think they're so smart, and they're going to do chemistry, and they're going to make themselves rich and play God.
Right.
And really, they're probably just giving people a bunch of fucking birth defects. We have no idea what the fuck we're smoking.
Right.
There's no research on any of this shit. It is just
Well, and there's no proof.
really
there's no,
fucking nilly. There's no proving to say it's
Yeah.
bad or good. So,
Right.
but we've been through the K2 JWH018. That's the chemical that got you high in K2,
Mhm.
and it fucked everybody up. And it's federally illegal now. And I expect all synthetic cannabinoids to become illegal at some point, other than ones that are used by pharmaceutical companies to create patents to create medicine.
Mhm.
And pharmaceutical companies have rushed into hemp because they're buying up all the isolate and stuff. Now that they know that there's all these different cannabinoids and that it is medicine, they're going to start compounding these cannabinoids and start putting patents on it and charging you like $10,000 for fucking 36 cents worth of shit.
Mhm.
That's what's really going on.
Oh yeah. Anywhere
Also,
there's-
these
yeah.
intoxicants, though, that all these guys are making and getting rich off of, They're the guys who call me a liar, say I'm a fraud, blah, 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 because I don't know chemistry and I'm just couldn't possibly be as smart as them. They're a bunch of fucking idiots. I'm dropping the secret because it is what it is now. I'm going to tell everyone. I took your trash and recycled it, you dipshits. I literally took mother
That's an easy
liquor.
way of telling them.
Oh
Reduce,
my God.
reuse, recycle, bitches.
They're a bunch of fucking morons, dude. When you do extractions of hemp, you have a leftover residual called mother liquor, and mother liquor collects all the THC and all the full spectrum of the cannabinoids is in the waste. Right now, they throw it all away. I took shit that people threw away and then just used chromatography and separated the THC out of it, made it all by itself, and then redistilled it. And I didn't do this. I just had a company who has all the equipment do it for me. We just put up the money and asked them to do it. And they told us we were crazy at first. And now, now they're probably the largest manufacturer of oil on the planet. And they've made millions and millions of dollars.
Wow.
I don't have any rights to this company. They just gave me access and plugged me in, you know what I mean, for hooking them up. And I showed 2 people how to do this. So there are major players in the game who have full access and knowledge of how to do this, and they're going to change history. And I was just a catalyst. I didn't actually go in a lab and do this shit. I just knew. I just think outside of the box. And like, remember, I told you I could access some memories. It's kind of what keeps happening.
Yeah.
It's like,
is it like a deja vu type of thing?
Like
is it like being here?
Like a deja vu type thing. That's why I think that every single person is God. You're not the God. Don't let that shit go to your head. I'm gonna keep saying that shit. But every single want that you have, and every fantasy and every goal that you have to understand God has already done it, and He's done it with perfection. And He wants you to be happy, and He wants you to have that, and He wants you to relive those memories. And that's what these are. We're just reliving God's memories. That's what I truly believe.
Speechless.
I know. I was like looking over there.
I know. That's yeah. It's
It's up to you. You can do whatever you want.
All right, Dustin, it's your turn. This guy's been talking for like 45 minutes.
He's a talker.
Go ahead while I go break the seal.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I don't talk very much.
So explain how you came into this. Explain your background. Introduce yourself to the audience.
I'm Dustin.
He already did that, so yeah.
I'm his business partner and best friend, and I was working 9-to-5 jobs my entire life until I met this guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I was working at Peterbilt for the last 9 years.
Oh yeah, right down here locally. I know. Yep.
I got fired for one offense. I left early one night to go party with my friends. It was the best thing that ever happened to me.
Nice.
So one of my friends that actually got fired with me, he had a bunch of equipment that he'd been trying to get me to use for a number of months. And so I decided to go ahead and use that equipment for illegal activities. And that's how I survived for the next year and a half. And I learned that I could actually grow, and I'm really good at it. And his best friend is the one I actually got the plants from.
Yeah, you got my genetics. I think I handed down to him.
Yeah, I got all the moms.
Nice.
So that's kind of how we became best friends, man.
Okay.
Yeah, and once we figured out the state of Texas, we were originally gonna do this to try and do Delta 8, like to do the isolate conversions and stuff.
Yeah, Kayla was talking about what'd you say, Delta 8 rocks or something like that.
Delta 8 is great.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah, I
Wait,
remember.
who's Hemp Rocks? Somebody on YouTube.
Who's Hemp Rocks?
Blowing it up.
Who's Hemp Rocks?
I don't know.
Are you new?
They said hi. Apparently they're new, so that means we got to take a shot.
Yeah, we gotta take a shot if they're new.
Actually, dude, technically we got to take
hemp is way cooler than marijuana. There's 100,000 ways to use it, and there's 50,000 ways to get high off of it.
Did you see this? University of Washington is paying pot-smoking pregnant women to toke up so they can measure the impact on unborn babies. Major League Baseball removes marijuana from its list of banned substance, plans to treat it the same as alcohol. Damn, look at this guy coming with the knowledge.
Wow.
A man stabbed his boyfriend multiple times with a samurai sword after he failed to buy him pot. I love this. Like, bro, you're pulling the stories for us.
The
like,
articles from this website.
Oh, hey,
called The
also,
Blaze.
I'm going to tell the people of Texas, man.
Thank you, Hip Rocks, whoever you are.
Hey, cannabis is coming to Texas very soon. A lot of people don't know this, but this is the first year Texas A&M is planting marijuana plants. And that is the first step to legalization in a state, is they have to do university studies. But this is the first year that...
Dude, Texas A&M can grow some shit.
Yeah, bro.
My mom had some of these hibiscus
Oh, you know
plants.
they're going to bust out the GMO weed.
Oh, hell yeah, they are.
The hibiscus was this big. You know the normal hibiscus, like, literally fits in your... Like, Hawaii, like, they fit in your ear.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers were this big. I was like, could you imagine what they do with pot?
Dude, that's what I'm waiting for.
Like,
I can't wait.
Damn.
I know, man. But
we need to take a shot.
yeah, let's
we
take
do.
a shot.
Oh, yeah, we don't have a shot glass for him.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
good
he
on
can
shots.
take one after me.
Oh, you're done? Okay.
Kayla says, I got a Googler competitor. Yeah, Kayla, Hemp Rocks is kicking your ass right now.
Yeah, and then, he said, sorry, everybody, I'm scratching my back. Ooh, I'm on camera. Scratching my back.
That's great content, bro.
Well, you know what? Whatever. And my back itches. What did him say? Him said, I can't actually read that. I didn't even need glasses.
Fuck genetically modified organisms.
Yeah, that's what I say too. God gave us everything we need here.
Yeah.
And what I did is I created
good stories on that too.
Yeah, man, I created this is what I need to get at, because we kind of got off subject here, is this oil that
Let's
I created.
get off subject.
Yeah.
No, not in this
at all.
podcast.
This oil that we helped bring to existence, if you will, it is made from it's the natural waste.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is natural. This is not synthetically made in a lab. This is an alternative to what's going to marijuana. Is what this can actually bankrupt the cannabis industry. No one will talk about it, but this is natural Delta 9. What I have is no different than what they have. And I can outproduce them now because I get to use automation and I can grow by thousands of acres. I don't need people involved to do this. I can just literally
Hey, Kayla, did you hear that? Automation. So that was when I got a raise at AT&T and promotion, I was innovation and automation specialist.
Okay.
So that was my title before they sold the company.
But
so she gives me shit because I'm like, I was like, I can automate anything. She's like, oh my god.
If we extract THC from hemp and we do it on an industrial scale, there's only the largest pot field I think there is like 100 acres. You know what I mean? Like legal one. So there are thousands and thousands of acres of hemp fields, and there's thousands of acres for us to use this. If you can just grow hemp and extract THC from hemp, you don't even have to do all of the toxic shit that's involved in growing marijuana.
Toxic shit like what?
Whenever you're growing cannabis outside for oil, man, I mean, you're using fertilizers, you're doing farming, and I mean, a lot of these guys are going to use synthetic nutrients and things that are going to boost production because you're doing this for money and you need oil.
And then here you go with the GMO and genetically modified. Yeah.
Right. So you're not going to be really trying to go for oil unless you're trying to put it in like a vape pen for edibles.
It's like a Reese's peanut butter cup.
No way.
Growing inside.
No way.
A liquid Reese's peanut butter
All right,
cup.
I'm about to try it.
Knock it out.
I don't usually drink. I'd rather smoke than drink, but that sounds delicious.
It is.
All right.
It's like a dinner snack.
Yeah.
Yeah, give him a 1-2.
However, is what no one's really figured out yet though is that I'm not saying that I cured cancer under any circumstances because I'm not even the person who made this shit. It was a lot of people who did this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And one company specifically is going to get a lot of credit for it. I don't think I have the authority to speak on their behalf or anything.
Oh, that's good. All over myself.
So.
Oh, we got a second person that spills shit everywhere.
Yep.
We got an Andy Jr. over here.
Andy Jr.
Is what this
That was
is.
good.
This is RSO,
Really
man. This is what, when people get cancer and they go to a legal weed state to seek out cancer treatment, they're buying a certain kind of oil. That oil is called Rick Simpson oil.
Right.
Rick Simpson oil is just an oil that an old guy showed everyone how to make from marijuana.
Yeah.
And it basically he's a man without a country living in Amsterdam right now because a bunch of people lobbied to have him kicked out of his own country for curing people of cancer, like with this oil. They told people to stage 4, go make preparations. This dude gave them the oil, and they're alive today. He did this to thousands of people,
bro.
And they named this oil after this dude.
Could you
right?
imagine if Marissa,
excuse me,
and her kid?
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So
we have a friend that was actually on the podcast. I've known her for 15 something years or whatever. Her kid just passed away at 6.
Yeah,
just after his 6th birthday.
Oh man.
Yes, and it was cancer, and it was. They said he had 2 weeks to live or something.
No, he had 3 months.
Oh, 3 months, and literally
he passed away. He passed away exactly a week later after they were told.
Yeah, man, so that's horrible.
So that's why I was like, man, I wish she could have or did something, along these lines, And
I can't.
At that point, it's like, what else? What do you have to lose? You know what I mean?
And I'm going to. This is going to be our next thing that we're going to do. We have to. If anybody out there can help us support our business and buy our damn gummies, that would be great. Because what I'm trying to do.
Why you're here, fucker?
Yeah. Honestly, we're trying to get enough money to be able to get a DEA license to be able to give this oil to people.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you do make this Rick Simpson oil from marijuana, you have to use alcohol as a solvent to make it.
Mm-hmm.
What I did is make the same shit with no solvents. We can use a solventless extraction system and take the mother liquor from that, and I believe it to be extremely good medicine. I think that it'll cure massive amounts of disease, and I want to try it. No, everyone calls it waste, and they call it the trash.
Mm-hmm.
It's not waste. It's not trash. That's what they always say, man. This is what people, all these scientists, everyone. When I told these people how to do this,
yeah,
they literally were like, why didn't you think of this, you dumbass? You know what I mean?
Right.
Did everybody take their shot already, or my last one?
I already took it.
Oh yeah.
All right, that's the hemp. And then hemp says, why don't y'all smoke marijuana in Texas during your live stream like Joe Rogan?
I wish I could, dude. I really would.
Yeah,
100%.
Bro, because we're better than Joe Rogan.
Right. And then he said, Canada dropped all charges and convictions. He chooses to stay. He chooses to stay outside of Canada.
Who's he?
Rick Simpson, probably.
Oh yeah.
Simpson?
Rick Simpson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know the
Who we were
dude,
just
but
talking
I
about?
would love
Okay.
to meet
Well, no,
him.
I thought we were talking about Rogan. I was like, he's not outside of Canada. Well, I mean, technically, Texas is outside of Canada.
I want to give this information away for free, just like him, dude. This is not something that some pharmaceutical company needs to get and try to charge people money for. These are the assholes who've been selling you nuclear waste to treat your fucking cancer with.
So,
fuck them.
That being said, when I was 20, I worked for.
You smoked your first weed, right?
No,
Oh.
that was way younger. Just kidding.
Okay.
No, I worked for the pharmaceutical and I'll go ahead and fucking name drop because I don't give a shit because
Go ahead.
that was years and years ago. It was Texas Health and Dallas Injections and Diagnostics. So I was a director of marketing. I was in charge of all of their collateral, all their marketing, and all of that sort of stuff. But I also got referrals whenever I got doctors and stuff to use their services. So I got, paid very well. But then when I walked into the office one day and I had the CEO and I had somebody else with me, and they were basically showing me around the place and everything. And they go, see that person over there? And I'm like, yeah. They're like, that's $250,000. And they go, see that person over there? And I was like, yeah. They're like, that's $130,000. And literally they were pointing out these people and they had a price tag on their head.
100.
And this was exactly what they were going to profit, what they're going to make off these people because of them being there. And that's when I realized, I was like, I can't do this. I'm literally, I feel like selling my soul to the devil.
Yeah, it is.
And I literally went the fucking polar opposite. I went from that to managing 6 different GNCs. So herbal, holistic, and that. Yeah.
So can I explain to you? This happened to me, dude.
Yeah. Go ahead.
This dialysis thing, it's a fucking scam, bro. They charge the government. I was on government healthcare, Medicaid or Medicare or whatever. I don't know what it is. Anyways, they pay for dialysis, right? And I don't care who you are. That's the thing. They want to make you think that like you're special as an American. No, you're not special, bro. I promise that American healthcare.
None of us are, man. Not to them, we're not.
America's healthcare system.
No, listen, man. I was one in this dialysis clinic that I would go to, dude. I'm maybe one of like there maybe be 10% of them that are actually speak English even.
Yeah.
And there's so much dialysis tourism going on. There's a lot of countries in the world that don't offer that. So if you can get on a plane and you can get here, and you can get diagnosed with it, you get to stay here and get free unlimited health care for life, dude. And the United States government pays for Fresenius and all these other assholes in Europe. They're all German companies that do this dialysis shit. They pay them over $100,000 a month per patient to do dialysis. It costs you as a taxpayer millions of dollars to keep me alive to do a $150,000 transplant. Like it was 2 years of we're in this like $3 million on government sponsored healthcare that I'm at just for dialysis treatment that all went to some asshole in Germany.
Right.
Like I'm swear to God, this is how it works. They have sold out everything. There isn't one part of this society that the government hasn't cashed out, bro. Like that's how I know everything's about to go crashing down into a big flaming ball of shit. Is that every single part of society has been sold to the most evil, vile piece of shit person there is.
Yeah.
Like literally, that's all the choices we get. And that's the way it really works, man. Like,
you want to get catch up on Hemp's
comments.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's a lot of
comments.
But if you want to know why healthcare is unaffordable for you, it's because you are now paying $100,000 a month for every person in Mexico and Pakistan who needs dialysis. Here in America, they're getting that for free here in America.
Meanwhile, we got to pay an arm and a fucking leg for it.
100%. And this is the other part. This is why I've been enslaved, and I've always said if I ever see a Walton, they're going in my trunk. Is the Walton owns Blue Cross Blue Shield. I am forced to pay them an extremely large amount of money every month to be able to maintain my medications to stay alive. And they will not sell me more than 1 month at a time of my medications. And the company that owns all of this shit is the Walton family. I have to pay a billionaire almost $1,000 a month to be able to get medication to stay alive. Whereas every other person
wouldn't be a billionaire.
Wow. No, but you want to know what's fucked up? This is the fucked up part. Is the United States government gave away all the patents to every other country on earth for free. If I were in Israel, if I were in Germany, if I were anywhere else, it would cost $5 a month to buy the drugs I need.
Oh, yeah.
If I try to buy them here, I have to pay over $100,000 a year because I have to pay for the research and development. No, they enslaved the entire U.S. population to the entire world. We are financing every other person. They're charging me $1,000 a month to stay alive so some dude in Germany can pay $5. It's fucked up. I'm really done with our government. Or to your point,
you were talking about Mexico earlier. Like, you can just go down there and say, I need this.
Dude,
like, there you go.
That's the way it works.
Everybody's done with our government.
Everybody's
done with them.
They see the government is just an avenue to the taxpayer. And the government has now collaborated with massive amounts of cartels, with all kinds of organized criminal groups. Epstein's real. This is not a joke.
So are we going to have like marshals and Secret Service coming knocking on our door here in a minute?
Probably.
Hey, the feed's still going, so
they know, man. I turned everyone in at DHS. I showed them all the videos, and I want to tell you the website that they were trafficking all these people on. It's called motherless.com. And is what they do is they have these chat rooms on the top of this thing to where at this website, if you are invited to it, you can join a group, and it's based on a code. You know the code because you got invited to it. You go to this group, you click on that, you have to have an access code. Whoever invited you to the group, based on the access code you have, is what women you have access to. And it doesn't cost money for these people. It's all the people, like, I guarantee you half of the cops are banging your wife while you're at work. That's the way
I'm lucky because I don't have a wife. So
me too.
They're not
you
banging.
Yes.
They're not banging mine.
Dude, it's insane. Like, It's not what people think. Like, they are using Facebook, they're using Spotify, and it's very open. The government knows exactly what's going on. I turned them into the Attorney General of Texas. I turned them into the state police. I called the U.S. Marshals. I called the FBI. I got the DHS down here and showed them everything from Washington. They brought 2 forensic experts down here and had me show them. And she said that the internet is, they told me like that they're fucked. She said, listen, the internet is like, I'm like a time traveler, and the internet is just like a recording of time. And I can go to any part of it, and anybody who ever did anything, I can see it. But it's like a galaxy, and you just have to point me to the right star. Show me where it's at. I showed her where it was at. They know everybody. They know everything that's going on. No one's gone to jail yet. None of the shit that I know of.
And nobody will go to jail.
And a really rich gentleman, not going to happen, because the state of Texas is very involved with this shit. I mean, they have to.
That breaks my heart.
McWheelie.
I mean, there's no way that they're not. Like, I turned them all in, and all they did is go rape my kidney donor's daughter and rub it in our face. And this is the whole county. So you tell me what the fuck is going on.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I mean, like, a spade's a spade.
Now do you believe I told you, like, all political, all governments, all fucked 10 ways from Sunday?
It's all fucked 10 ways from Sunday, man. like realistically, we need to. This is what if I became the president of the United States, this is what I would do.
What would you do? Tell me your business plan.
This is what I would do.
Let me hear it.
You know how the NSA has been recording all of us for the last 15 years?
Oh, yeah, dude.
Every keystroke, right? Even the DHS lady told me everything is recorded, and just show me the star, right? So what I would do is I would unplug it and end the program of recording everyone and give you your rights back instantly. And then we would make public the last 20 years of recordings, and everyone's going to have to deal with their crimes. And if you're a government agent who is participating in sex trafficking, you're going to lose your fucking head. That's how I would do it, right then and there.
Yeah,
I
would reenact or reinstate the firing squad. Line them all up.
No, I'm serious, man. You don't understand.
I do. I've told you.
These people are doing this openly, and it's not going to stop until
I've seen it.
It's real.
Yeah, no, I've
it's more real than the weed I fucking made for everyone, dude. Like, I'm
Wait,
serious.
where's mine? I didn't see it.
Dude, you got some samples?
Damn, you guys did not come prepared.
No, we didn't.
Damn, how can we be
I
like
literally
Joe
got
Rogan?
dropped off at the front of the place so I could get high before I came here, man.
It was funny. He was tripping out, and I said, dude, take some of your shit. Calm the fuck down. You'll be all right. We're not going to grill you that bad.
But that's my experience. Is I lived through this. My best friend, my best friends are shells of human beings. They have all the videos of them being trafficked and everything. They were all turned into the federal agencies appropriately. She called the human sex trafficking hotline, made a report. We turned in all the individuals. I can't name any of their names. They told me they were going to come back and talk to me again. You know what I mean? No one's gone to jail yet, but a really wealthy individual caught me in a really bad spot, because I get really upset about this and get depressed all the time, man.
Trust me, bro. Like, whenever I started getting into the human trafficking and all that sort of stuff,
it's so sad.
That's all depressing.
It's fucking horrible.
And what's crazy is how it happened. So at AT&T, when I was there, I was trying to build this automation, platform that didn't exist with any company for that matter in the telecom space. And so I was trying to build this that didn't exist. And Salesforce was like, hey, you need to talk to this guy who is a developer, coincidentally lives in Frisco. And so I had a meeting at AT&T Towers with him, and we start talking, blah, blah, blah. And then, he finds out that I have a media company and marketing company and all that sort of stuff. And he's like, I really want you to meet this lady named Tanya. And he's like, I think you two could really like help each other, like symbiotic type of relationship. And so the second meeting we had was with her, and she's the trafficking person that was a victim and now has a trafficking organization to fight human trafficking and that sort of stuff. And I was actually a part of one of the human trafficking situations that happened. And because of us pushing it out to all of the platforms and stuff, they actually recovered that child. And so not only did us help bring this child and find this child, but I actually interviewed the child and the mother to kind of find out and to help other parents like figure out like,
how this works.
How this works and how it happens, how they're groomed, and how
it's grooming.
It's
They
grooming,
groom
and that's
them
exactly what
from
it is.
Very young age. Like
and even after the child was recovered and it was at home, she was so manipulated and so brainwashed that she still believed that she needed to go back out there and help.
Dude, that's
this
what
kid
happened
that
to
was-
my
that
friend's
was-
wife. She cannot leave these. She has to go back. They're her masters, and she has to. She has to. It's just. It's a. Dude, it's the most fucked up thing I've ever
Like
seen
they
in my
literally
life, dude.
brainwash and
They brainwash them, and
and they
her
groom them,
masters.
yeah.
Her masters. They like these dudes. They do ritualistic sex magic on these women, dude. I swear to you, I've never seen anything like it. If you go to that website I was saying, they have sex church. They hold hands around the women and take turns on them and do chants. Like they do weird shit.
Good God.
There's weird
Really?
shit going on, man. Like
Yeah.
really weird fucking shit
That
going
sounds
on.
like what that
Is this within our government?
Within our, it's all over. I guarantee it's in this town. I promise you.
Like Dallas, I wouldn't doubt it.
Oh man, dude,
Amen,
all the
brother.
women-
Amen.
There's a lot of women.
It's probably happening next door. We don't
You think that there's a lot of men?
Okay.
Nikki!
Listen, dude, there's way more women in this than there are men. Okay, the men are like the top echelons who actually have control here,
Wow.
but they manipulate a bunch of women who then manipulate all their underlings. And their symbol is a butterfly, and it's always all different colors and glittery. So if you see a lot of things,
Of course, it's women doing it.
It's all women, dude. They recruit
Damn,
these
that makes
women
me
into
feel bad
like,
for designing a butterfly.
you're
tattoo.
powerful, your vagina.
Stop.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go there. It starts off as like a women empowerment thing,
Yeah.
and then it develops into this thing where they bring them into this like cult thing, and then it turns into a giant online sex trafficking ring where certain people have access based on who you are, and that's how I believe they're rigging all the elections. I believe it's all fucking a scam. Every person who is part of what I went through was a voted on official, which tells me that voting ain't real. And this little club of entities is pulling the strings behind everything. That's how we're getting all these fucking weird fucks in Congress and the Senate and everything. I think they're all Themnites.
My thing is, I'm going.
Thelmas. Thelmas is what they're called. They're,
So, what do you think about Beto O'Rourke?
I don't know anything about
Okay.
any of
All
these
right, never
people.
mind then.
I don't follow individual people. I think
okay.
you know, but if you're a
They're all
political
puppets.
entity, I don't think that you can be in the position you're in unless
Right.
you're blackmailable.
Mm.
Period. That's what Epstein was. That was that all the governments on earth are using sexual immorality to blackmail these
Right.
these politicians into making these horrible choices that are enslaving their populations and basically killing us.
Is he dead, really?
Who?
Epstein.
I doubt it. I bet he's on an island somewhere else, on someone else's island.
On
getting
someone
service.
else's island, just like.
Probably with Bill
Do you-
Gates.
Do you
Yeah.
remember? Do you
Probably one of 100 of them,
Malaysia
and
Black?
I promise you that he ain't the boss. He's one of a lot of people.
Maxine is, or whatever, Maxine, or
You
whatever.
know, Maxine-
But
Ma-
yeah,
yeah.
even that, if you actually pay
You
attention,
haven't even heard anything
she
about
brought-
her.
No, exactly.
Didn't she bring all the women to all the men?
Yeah.
Yes.
You understand this? Like
Yep.
it's a woman thing, dude.
Yep.
Yep.
I promise.
Because you know why? Because women are comfortable around other women. They don't feel victimized. They
True.
don't feel sexualized because it's one of mine. You know, and so they
Mhm.
bring them in, and then
But at the top, it's a rich dude who's manipulating other women who's doing sex magic on them. I know it sounds weird, dude, but I seen it with my own fucking eyes.
all right. So
I
you
can
keep
never
saying
understand
sex
So do you
that
magic.
remember? So do you
And
remember?
in my head, I'm like fairy dust or some
Nah,
shit.
man,
Like
so look,
Houdini.
if you
now you
actually
see my dick. Now you don't.
look, man, if you actually
That's
got
dumb.
got a Masonic handbook from the 60s and
Yeah.
you read it, you'll see, and it'll actually even tell you everything out of there, how they bury their stones. And this is why the ancient term of raising a building came up, is the people who did Baal worship back in during the times of King Nimrod and
Balls.
whatnot.
Right.
Balls. King Nimrod was basically a
Out the
king.
balls.
Who's King Nimrod?
King Nimrod is a king who ruled the Middle East through basically blood sacrifice and witchcraft. Okay, predates Christianity.
Ayatollah.
Basically Babylon. He was the
Babylon,
ruler
yeah.
of Babylon.
Right.
All right. How to explain this? The people who have all these Masonic books, if you actually read one of them,
Uh-huh.
it's instructions on the what's his name, Solomon's Temple. So Solomon's Temple was never destroyed, and I think that's what Israel actually is. That's why everyone fights over that piece of land. no matter who's in control on Earth, whoever controls that piece of land rules Earth, makes all the medicine, everything, is because he was very smart and he knew that whoever was in control could just take it. So he inscribed it underneath the city in the walls, just like they did on the pyramids. So no one can move what's actually there. And what's there is all the secrets, how to do witchcraft, how to actually, all the medicine, what plants are what, all the pagan knowledge and all of the pagan magic that was actually readily available, that was very real and that was being very well practiced. The whole reason why the Persians and the Russians forced Nimrod back and killed all those people was because they were sacrificing children. And it was all about Baal worship. And the entirety of what I'm seeing in these Masonic books is basically they're going off a scripture of Solomon's temple, which means Alexander the Great didn't destroy the temple, and we're just being manipulated. And all this technology and everything, it's all already there and written down. We just don't have access to it as peasants. That's what I really think is going on. If you look at
man, hemp rock is going off, man.
Yeah,
like,
is. He's going off.
He's got novels and novels of shit. I'm like, man,
I see him out of the corner of my eye. Him looking up at
I
her,
know,
so,
and it's like, I want to talk about it, like I want to address it, but he's all over the fucking board. It's like if we had a board, throw a fucking dart.
What do you say? Dick Cheney of Human Hunting reminds me of The Hunt.
The Hunt, which we watched Saturday.
The ancient term, the term raising a building, it's an ancient term, and it comes from the same people who are doing this Masonic shit. Like, I don't think all of them are evil or bad. I think that just some of them are Thelmas and some of them aren't. But the ones, because there's going to be good and evil.
So those are the 31 degree?
33.
33, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is ironic because talked about Jesus was 33 when they sacrificed?
Yeah. Wasn't he?
Ironically.
Yep.
I put the two pieces together. I know that was like an hour and 20 minutes ago.
Anyways.
Sorry.
But I don't think all of them are evil or bad. Right. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I think that there is a balance, and that some of them is good and some of them are evil.
Well, it still has the hierarchy, like you were talking about, like
100. You can't. There's a degree.
Yeah, there's a degree. Like military, just like
it's all based off of all your generals, all your police chiefs, all your fire chiefs,
ranking.
They're all going to be Masons.
And so I know from when I worked with the government and stuff like that, there was always like the hierarchy, right? And certain people need to know bases. You need to know, like, we're going to give you just enough information to do what you need to do, and then that's it. Period.
But this is what I have to finish this before I forget.
Yeah, go ahead.
The ancient term of raising a building.
Yeah.
It came from the King Nimrod era, and it was because what these Masonic people do is the same thing that these evil pagans were doing. And it's that they plant a stone underground underneath the building of every structure that they do to be able to manipulate and do their magic on entities. Okay. So the term raising a building means you can't knock it down, because what you build on top of it will then be cursed too. You have to actually raise it up off the ground, remove the fucking stone, and then rebuild.
Interesting.
They don't want you to know all this stuff. And it's very interesting to me that I don't understand how so many like religious scholars and whatnot don't tell their flock all these things when they went to seminary and learned all this stuff. They keep it all a secret. Like, how are you supposed to know
the hierarchy?
How are you supposed to know what wins wars? Information, knowledge.
Yeah.
So how the fuck
Obviously
are you
Putin
supposed to
have it, so.
how the fuck are you supposed to win the war of life against evil if you don't even know what you're fighting against?
Right.
And the people who are basically telling you that they're protecting you refuse to teach you about what you're actually up against and how it works, and kept you ignorant to now everyone around you is doing it against you and you don't have any control over it. You can't be a Christian and not believe in the devil. There is an opposite to what you think is going on.
There's always a yin and a yang.
Yes.
There's always, yes.
And this shit is what I believe is bringing our country to its knees. It's not Democrats versus Republicans. The Democrats and Republicans are a unit.
Did you hear that, Patrick?
They're one entity, and they are actually.
Fuckface, you listen over there?
I have not said anything politically.
I think
but
they're all
whole fucking thing so far.
I think they're all just a big. I think that all these fraternities and everything.
So is he a liberal?
I'm none of them, dude. They all want to kill me, dude.
No. So for you to not understand, like he's always about classifying people.
Okay.
And I'm like, the minute you classify somebody, you're putting them in a box.
Right.
And me, I'm like, you will never be able to classify me.
Mhm.
You will never be able to put me in a box because I don't think inside of a box. I think outside of the box.
Right. Me too.
You put me in a box, then you're pigeonholing me, and you're thinking my limitations are these four walls. I don't have limitations. I don't have four walls to confine me. Nobody's been able to confine me. Hence why I've never been married and don't have kids.
For me,
while I build my castle.
when my wife left me and I was facing certain death and every door closed shut for me, mine was God opened the ceiling up and pulled me up out of the top and put me on the top of everything. That's how I explain it.
Yeah.
Because every door and every window slammed shut. Like I was gonna die, and by just random chance, I shouldn't be here, dude. Like on June 26th, I will be 3 years old, and that's how I calculate my life now. It's not based on when I was born in 83. It's when I received Mandy's organ in my body, and I got brought back to life because I was a shell of a human being, and I was gonna die. And God blessed me and gave me some knowledge to not fear death, so that I could, I guess, do this.
So let me ask you this. If that hadn't happened, where your life was at that point, would it have ended even without the kidney failure and everything else?
Oh, yeah, I would have died.
Yeah. So it's like a second awakening. It's like a...
Oh, yeah. No, this is not...
Or the awakening.
This is not... Yeah, this is my awakening. This is not my life.
Yeah.
This was a gift. And I have to live it for God and for truth and for love and try to spread that as much as possible, because what I saw, that's what matters. And that's all that's real is your family, your love for your other human being. We're all connected. You are him. I am you. We are all going to have the same memories. So all those times that you jacked off in private and you didn't think, I
always wonder about that. I'm like going,
what the fuck, dude? I didn't see any shame. It was like there was no shame. It was everything was okay because God blessed you. Like the way that I saw it was there's no wrong way to him. The act of Jesus was done. Whether you're a Muslim, Christian, Buddhist, whatever, that shit was done to beat Lucifer. It has nothing to do with your religion. It was basically a sacrifice, just like they do to summon these deities and these demonic entities to get power and fame and whatnot. If you actually research what Baal worship is and what they do with Moloch is the god of human child sacrifice. You can go to college and take a class on demonology and learn who all these people are. Like that, I love how people don't like to acknowledge that religion is even acceptable or real, and that they're just atheists and whatnot. And I ask them how old they are, and they tell me, and I'm like, well, what year were you born? And I'm like, yeah, well, you're an idiot. Because the entire basis of humanity is
basically he's calling all millennials idiots.
Yeah, I mean, dude, like for real. I'm not really, but I mean, the entirety of human civilization and time is based off the conception of Jesus Christ living, because he literally did some crazy shit that no one could explain. That was like a life-changing event. If you acknowledge that if I acknowledge that I was born on March 2nd, 1983, and I am 39 years old.
Damn, you just fucking told a bunch of people.
I don't give a fuck.
How you gonna tell them your
my shit?
Mother's maiden name and your first car and your
realistically?
Shit, I'm just hacking everything he's got.
Is what I'm telling you. Is what I'm saying.
Keyboard warriors.
Is dude, like I'm acknowledging that I am of this in this era of this time, and acknowledging that event happened.
Right.
Because I'm acknowledging the entirety of your reality is of that. So spirituality has to be taken seriously. That's the way I see it. If the entire existence of your entire basis of relative time in your head and time, what I saw time isn't actually real, but this is how humans
construct created man
things is you would have to get rid of God. You would have to literally abandon everything that you've ever learned, and it'd be impossible. Because you would be born again and you would learn everything through nature, which would bring you even closer to God.
So to your point on that exact topic, what I explain to people, so like look at nature. Perfect example. Thank you for that.
Photosynthesis. That is quantum computing.
Ants. There's always a queen, right?
Mm-hmm.
bees. There's always, you know what I mean? Like
Got
you look at, there's always
a Devinism.
Well, if you don't know what Devinisms are, if you go on my Facebook, type in Devinism. I have a whole fucking
Sorry, I didn't
scribe.
mean to
Like
interrupt.
literally, I'm gonna have a scroll one day when I'm dead of like thousands. But yeah, and it literally I write them whenever I'm like in a dark place. It's my way, my outlet. Like things come to me, and I'm like, I just got to put this out, and then I end up finding out people actually it helps them. And so I'm like, kind of like in your same thing. It's like if you can help somebody through your darkness, then do it. You know,
Do it.
don't keep it in. Let it out so that you can help others. If you keep it in, you're not helping anybody.
Right. And
You know what I mean? So it's like let that.
I
shit
also
out.
believe that, the more trauma you go through, the more capable you are of love, because you can only compare one thing to another. It's relative.
Yeah.
So the more pain that you feel, the more you're able to love.
It goes to what you like. You can't enjoy the sunshine if you've never had the rain.
Right.
If you have rain every single day, then or if you have sunshine every single day, then you don't appreciate it. But if you have rain and then you have sun, you're like, now you can appreciate it because you're comparing contrast. You have this darkness, you have this rain, you have this shit. I can't do anything. Everything, all my whole day's ruined. But then you have sunlight. You have light.
What I've come to conclude too is that God wants you to be happy, and all this bad stuff that happens to you, that's not God punishing you or something.
Yeah.
That is the evil one trying to disgruntle you for getting closer to God. And you are what I saw as next is none of this stuff matters except for love. So I think that we have to be here and go through all this bullshit and go through the devil's fucking playground, if we will, in order to appreciate what's next.
Yeah.
And I don't think that you have to fear death unless you're an immoral man. Only an immoral man need fear death. It should be the most beautiful part of your life. You're going to get to meet God. It should be something that is absolutely amazing. It's part of, just like birth, death is just as natural as birth. Man.
I agree with what you're saying, but at the same time, I look at your time is limited and it's finite. So to me, it is scary because I feel like there's an hourglass that's running out, and I have a certain allocated amount of time to solve and fix and conquer, so to speak, all of these issues and all these problems, and not that aren't just mine, but on a larger scale.
Right.
Hence why, I have press credentials and everything else, because I'm like, well, I can't bitch about the news. I can't bitch about this unless I become the catalyst to change it, which is why I got my press credentials and everything else, because I am now the one that's filming and I'm now the one that's covering this shit. So I know firsthand my story can't be changed. It can't be manipulated because I'm seeing it and you're seeing it from my lens, and it's uncut. It's unedited. Hence the podcast, uncut, unedited, and unscripted. Exactly. Because I want real. And this is what is so predicated and so powerful about this podcast, is because there's no editing. There's no, let's cut to commercial. No, we're fucking doing this live. We're going 100%.
Yeah, there's only let's cut the shots.
Right?
All right, Hemp.
Damn, Hemp.
Yeah, take it easy, Hemp. Hope you come back.
Oh, man.
Hey, Hemp, thank you for participating. Thank you for all the Googling and all the information. I'm sorry we couldn't get to all your, points of conversation. They were great, but unfortunately, it's like we had a lot to cover in a short amount of time. Yeah.
Well, at least you guys got to kind of know my madness.
Oh, wait, he said maybe I'll stay. So easily swayed. The power of persuasion. Thank you, bro.
But
or female. I don't know.
If I can leave this with one thing, is that the discovery that I did with hemp is it's Delta 9 THC. It's the same thing as marijuana. It can be naturally extracted from the hemp plant. You do not have to do synthetic conversions in a laboratory. We don't need to be paying pharmaceutical companies hundreds of millions of dollars for research on something that we can all do right now, and the medicine is readily available to you in a natural form. the marijuana companies, they want to kill this. This could bankrupt all of them as far as the oil goes. The hemp companies, they all hate me because they're all about synthetics and making synthetic cannabinoids. So I'm really out here on my own, just making enemies, man. So if you could support my business to help us get through and do a natural thing and actually change history in a positive way, I would really fucking appreciate it.
And yes, you're absolutely correct.
Okay.
Hey, do you have that little package?
So what's going on, man?
Nothing, just chilling.
Just chilling, just listening.
Yeah,
That's it.
that's what I normally do. He does all the talking.
Yeah,
What?
he's
No,
the
really?
He's the
extrovert.
genius.
He does all the talking. You just sit back and listen. You don't say nothing.
I do a little bit. This little
You
bit.
do a little bit.
Yeah.
Mostly kicks me to shut up
Yeah.
whenever I
Well,
gotta-
kick him.
I keep him in line whenever I.
Do you?
Yeah.
Kick him. Kick him. Tell him to shut up and you talk. That's what I have to do with Devin sometimes.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, Devin. I gotta talk. Yeah,
No, Dustin has been a great partner to me.
that's good.
Like I couldn't have done this without him. He is definitely
Yeah.
instrumental for my
Yeah.
business.
Drawer.
And yeah, we work
Yeah.
good
Same.
together.
I wouldn't be near without this guy
So
at all.
it's worked out. Just this is what I was trying to explain to everyone is that I didn't do this. I'm not near this cool, dude. God saved my life and put me on this path, and now I'm talking to a bunch of people on a podcast about him.
Hey,
Yeah.
Hemp is asking for a website so they can go look at
Oh
it.
yeah, www.wyattperp.org.
You want to type it?
Yeah, I'll type it.
We sell gummies on there. I'm about to add THC liquid shots.
Hey,
that's my
just so
logo.
you know,
Yeah.
What is it? WH?
WYATTPURP.org.
Let me see if I got this right first.
I promise they will fuck you up.
Yeah, I got it. There it is.
I made
There's
them.
the website. Right there.
There you go.
.org.
.org.
So, funny story.
Huh?
I think I got these from Cody,
From Cody.
and
My buddy Cody. All my
Oh, so
friends,
you're-
all my
you're
friends
name
in like
dropping now?
Dallas are like,
I am. I didn't say last name, so I got
Well,
it.
I can
from
say.
my-
No, I'm just kidding.
Cody, I got it from my boy Cody, and then like we started talking, like because we're like him and I, like we've done some stuff, not sexually, but
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I would say too.
yeah. I'm like, let me,
set yourself up.
let me
rat.
preface that one. Yeah, I was like, hold on, this is a podcast.
Yeah, he did. I'm leaving.
Yeah. You bringing your seal again? Damn, tiny pea bladder. So anyway, so he like literally showed me this stuff, and I was like, all right, fuck it. And my biggest thing is because I work with a lot of different companies and stuff like that. It's a drug test and shit like that.
Oh, you
Like,
will fail a drug test from this shit.
Well, and that's
Don't get that wrong.
no, and I'm glad.
This
I'm
is
glad
not.
you're saying that.
Yeah, this is not. Hey, I take this and pass a drug test, and it's like legal. It's legal because the people in charge are a bunch of corrupt morons who didn't do an 8th grade math equation. Okay, that's and they blew
So you
$30
heard that
trillion
here
of
first.
your money. Yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah, so anyway, I took that and I was like thinking at the time that I'm like, oh, I'm good. Like, yeah, I don't have to worry about drug tests, blah blah blah. Then I got started, this new company and everything, and they didn't do a drug test, so I was like, I don't have to worry now.
Yeah. I really don't think cannabis use should be tested for, man. I think everybody should have access to the plant.
So
Alcohol is the most destructive fucking drug on the planet.
it is.
And cannabis just makes people happy. And
Oh, hemp wants to know non-GMO project verified. Wants to know about.
oh yeah, no, I can't blast their name out here, man. Like I'm not allowed to.
Yes or no?
Yes, certified organic farm.
There you go.
No GMOs, nothing like that. It's
That's
an
all
all
he wants to know.
vegan-
You don't got to get it proprietary. He just wants yes or no.
all
Yeah.
vegan, all natural. If I could put halal on the bag and not lose my head, I would. But it is the most premium ingredients possible. That's the other thing why everyone's so threatened is everybody else makes like cheap garbage. They're trying to make money. I'm trying to spread medicine and give the love of the plant, and I feel like God will bless me with what I need. The money will come, I mean, I fucking legalized weed. It better come. Jesus Christ. So
hemp rocks. He already said that.
Yeah, so it's all vegan. It's really high quality. They taste delicious
Yeah,
if
he
you
just
buy
asked
them.
that.
They are delicious. They are good. They don't have that nasty aftertaste. I will vouch. As you can tell, this package is flat,
You need some more.
which means there's nothing in it. Which means I would. So here's the thing: I've never, ever in 120 episodes, if you look at that, I have never endorsed anything ever on the podcast.
Dude, much love.
Yeah. So for A, y'all to be here, and B, for me to actually have a package that
Is empty.
that is empty, you know this shit has not been collecting dust somewhere in a corner.
I promise you it's legit, and it's going to be better than any cannabis gummy you ever ate. And it's going to get you even more fucked up because it's full spectrum.
It is, and it honestly, so my biggest problem, going back to the whole Devinisms and stuff like that, is because my brain does not shut off. When I go to bed at night, it's still going a fucking 1,000 miles an hour, processing 1,700 directions, and it just does not shut off. And I've tried Benadryl, I've tried sleeping pills, I've tried every fucking.
You know
thing.
what works for me?
What?
Xanax.
Yeah, that shit works for me too, but I can't take that shit.
Yeah.
But my thing is,
the
I
only
don't want a
drug that I,
pharmaceutical. Once again, I've worked for the pharmaceuticals, and I realize you're taking this to counteract the effects of this, and I'm like, I don't want to do that.
All you got to do is eat some weed and get a great night's sleep, and it will relieve your pain and anxiety, and it helps all these old people. They tell me that it is tremendous with their arthritis. It's a 10 milligram Delta 9 gummy with a 1-to-1 ratio of CBD. So it's full spectrum. You get all of the plant, and your endocannabinoid system will be able to break it all down and consume all of it because it's not an isomer. Anything that's converted to a crystal, the body has a hard time breaking down. So this is not like any other hemp product on the market. This is a natural THC that is not in a crystalline form. This is it, man. This is the future of all medicine and cannabis. I truly believe it. And
let me ask you this. Since I have a bunch of business owners that own a bunch of business tobacco and type
hook you up, like a sales rep, you get 20% of everything you sell.
There
Margin,
you go.
buddy.
Because I've already dropped the bomb, and I've already talked to him, and because we've been buddies for a while, and I told him about this, and they were very interested because I tried the stuff that they recommended, and I'm like,
oh man, you can call my buddy Jimmy right now. He's made 3 phone calls through this. I owe him $500 a month. Like the person that I pay, dude.
See, and my thing is,
I actually pay. Hey, everybody out there, if you want to sell this shit,
years,
I will give you 20% of the margin, dude. I don't care. I want this shit spread out far and wide. Everybody can sell this. This is not for select people. Like, I want everyone to have access to the medicine. You know what I mean? I really do. It's if you can make a bunch of money off it and that's what you're motivated off of, go for it. I don't care.
My thing is, it's not about making the money. It's like I'm about A, local businesses. B, I'm about growing smaller companies and stuff like that, because that was the whole reason why I started my marketing company.
Right.
Was because I realized there's all these big conglomerates, at the time it was Walmart, this was before Amazon obviously, that can spend buku amounts of money on advertising and marketing and do all this sort of stuff and spend the money on market research and A/B testing and usability testing and all that shit. There was no, well, if we're not Walmart, where do we go? And so that's why I developed my company. And that was because I worked with companies that weren't on the Walmart scale, but they still needed a market. They still need advertising, still need websites. I'm 50-something websites in.
Dude, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be Walmart. So all my competitors, they're selling these bags for $40 a piece.
I like Target better.
And they're selling synthetics. Okay.
So the company I work for now, we sell both.
No, I'm being real though, you guys. The retail of my competitors' products,
I know,
and they're synthetic, are $39.99.
Bro,
right? I know. I'm selling this shit for $24.
Kayla can attest to that.
And listen, you guys, I give this to the store owners for $8, and I let them take a 3% return. I make like $2 off every package. I'm not trying to make a lot off of you. Yeah. I let the store owners make a lot. So twice as much as everybody else so that they're going to push and sell my product.
Exactly.
I'm going to be, I learned.
Bro, when I manage GNCs, I know how,
This is what's crazy. Is
if I push certain products, I would get PMs.
But you have to understand the hemp industry is full of a lot of legitimate corporations, right? And that's what they are. So a lot of these people who lead these corporations, they went to business school. And their business school taught them to, you fucking tax the fuck out of the consumer as much as possible. That's their business model. I sold drugs. Mine is to move volume as much as possible. Yeah. So I understand.
So you have the
totally
Walmart
different concept
model.
of the
Walmart model is not.
Yeah. These Harvard dudes,
quantity.
They're about to have to. They're about to have to pound sand because they're not going to be able to keep up, man. Like, straight up, they want to make $30 a bag. You're an asshole. Your Harvard model you spent $300,000 to get learn how to fuck people. Great job, you moron. You know what I mean? Like, not a great deal, man. Yeah. All the Walmarts, all the Coca-Colas, they make minimalist amount off a lot, not a lot off a little. And that's my proposal here.
I know, that's what I said. Yeah. All right, so you ready to get mind fucked right now?
Yep.
All right, so 2 years ago, company, once again, in this space, cannabis space, and they're still to this day still presenting their business model and everything to me. Basically what it is think Amazon, but of cannabis. So think of Facebook, think of YouTube, think of Twitch, but mixed with Amazon, but with cannabis. So you have influencers, you have people, super users, you have all that sort of stuff. And based on their usage and based on what they do, there's a certain ranking system. I have the whole entire model, the whole business plan, investors, the whole 9 yards. That's the next level.
That's where I need to be, is on Amazon, because I'm the only one in the whole U.S.
You're not going to be on Amazon. You need this needs to happen because, and that was one of the stories we pulled. We started pulling like cannabis related stories, and one of the ones was there's actually a think of Uber, think of Lyft, think of DoorDash, think of Grubhub of cannabis. And so
they deliver it to you.
They deliver it to you. You can order it. You can see the ranking. You can see what the ratings are. You can see the user testimonial, and then have it delivered to you.
That's cool.
That's awesome.
That's
the future.
Next level. That's what I've been working.
Yeah, for sure. Well, hopefully my product line will be in there somewhere.
Yeah,
and even a small bit. But if I can, I basically have the Virgin Islands on lock right now. I'm putting all my stuff through another major company in Houston. I have all the head shops that run shit in Austin doing this. So Texas right now is mine.
Why
I've been
the hell
focusing
are you
on
not
Texas
here locally though? Like,
dude, the local people
because Tobacco House, like my boy Vic, and like
no Vic, you have to understand. This is one thing that's really, really fucked up in,
all right, let me
this
hear
industry. Okay,
yeah.
These people are all racist as fuck. Okay, they call it politics or whatever. I would go to Harry Hines and they would straight up tell me, dude, you're a white American. I'm charging you the most fucking money I can, and I won't buy shit from you. I will buy it from someone in my family 5 times more expensive than I'd ever give you a fucking dollar. And that's the problems I deal with, man. Ow. That's the way it really works. They don't like me because I'm an American. Like, well, there's a lot of people.
So that goes into marketing. What differentiates you from Street Corner Joe or the guy that they're currently getting from?
Distribution has been the hardest part for me.
They don't know you.
They don't know me.
They know their brother. They know their cousin. They know you're, no offense, a nobody coming into their market. So yeah, if you don't differentiate yourself, this is marketing 101, by the way. This has nothing to do with your industry. This is just marketing. If you go into any market, whether you're selling books, whether you're selling clothes, whatever, and you haven't established yourself, you haven't differentiated yourself from the competition that is currently there,
but
they're not going to fuck with you. Nobody.
And like, I'm
Google,
than
Amazon, nobody's going to fuck with you.
I love all people, man. So I don't understand it. Like, I'm not the right
love
person.
Is not what's selling, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, it's not, man. It's the politics. They call it's politics. So I don't have the people in place that are able to access the markets I need to, because they won't allow me to access it because of politics.
Even if you did, what you don't realize and what you did here tonight, an hour and 20 minutes in, to explain how you are different than everybody else. Nobody has an hour and 20 minutes to sit there and listen to why you're different than Joe Schmo on the corner. So that's the problem. So you've established with us and the audience and everything else how you're different and what you do and why your thinking is different. But for you to condense that in a 40-second elevator speech, that's the problem.
That's the problem.
That is the problem.
I was thinking about blasting it on billboards on 35. Yeah.
Hold on.
No, you can't do it on 35. There'll be more wrecks than what there already are, man.
Yeah.
I mean, especially the Californians. They'll fucking park sideways.
All Californians driving on fucking 35, causing wrecks.
Oh my
the
God,
weed
they
companies,
drive
man,
like shit.
The weed companies hate me right now because they're all depending on the SAFE Act to go through. I already have access to the banking system. I'm not doing anything illegal. I have full access to the international.
So that was the biggest problem
system.
with this company that I was talking about, the apps.
And I have full access to it because I designed a Controlled Substances Act compliant THC delivery system. I met treaties. I didn't try to just legalize weed. I did this I designed a designer drug around a law to where I used their own laws and their ignorance of the plant against them to where now everybody's fucked. Do you get it?
Yeah, no, I get it.
And they don't like me at all. Everyone is very, very against what I'm doing because I didn't pay $1 million bribe for a marijuana license. I didn't. You can't buy. If you're in a legal state, you have to pay $500,000 for a license to the state. You still can't have access to the banking system. You did not buy a license, bro. You paid a bribe to break federal law.
Well, do what the government does, man. Just go to Nassau, open up a fucking account, and do it that way.
Panama?
Oh,
no.
Well,
I don't have to do any of that.
You can open up an offshore account.
We have multiple bank accounts here in the United States that work with us 100% because I'm completely compliant. That's my point.
Okay.
All the marijuana companies, they envy me
Wells
so
Fargo,
bad.
Bank of America.
I can use all of them. 100%.
Yeah.
I'm selling a less than 0.3% dry weight Delta 9 consumable derived from hemp.
Oh, yeah.
I'm allowed to do interstate commerce. I'm not selling marijuana. I get to say that I got millions of people high without ever selling 1 gram of marijuana.
Right.
Do you understand how epic that is?
Yeah.
That's fucking epic, man.
It is fucking epic.
That is so
It's fucking epic. What do you think?
Fucking epic.
Yeah, it's fucking epic. What does everybody else out here think? Fucking epic. Okay. All right.
So the banking system is one thing that we already have access to that they're envious of. But also, if anybody tries to screw with me, I have access to the federal court system. So if the state, after they put in writing that this is the only legal way and put me down this path, they try to come arrest me or something, I'm going to sue their ass in federal court and legalize marijuana nationally. That's how that'll work.
Oh, really?
And they won't fuck with me because they know I'll win. Like, you understand? Like, straight up. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah.
And the epic proportions of this is being able to have access to the court system to enforce law of constitutional law against people who want to violate your constitutional rights. Every other marijuana company on earth, the part of the reason why I say at least half of them are representative of drug cartels is because that structure was never available to them in the first place.
Right.
So you have a bunch of fucking criminals who just robbed each other and did everything they could to get to the top running weed. That's just how it works. Anybody who's in marijuana knows that, man. Like, it's organized crime at its finest. Like, they're basically drug cartels that run weed companies. Like, that's just the way it is, man. Like, it is. So is what I'm getting at is the reason why it's so corrupt in marijuana is because nobody could ever, the good people who started this, the people who were like me in the beginning, they all got fucked and they all got pushed out because they had no recourse of action against fucking drug cartels and convicts and politicians who wanted to take advantage of them, and they all got fucked. And now I have access to the court system, so I'm waiting. I think I'll make more money off suing the state of Texas if they come after me than I will off selling gummies.
Damn, that's powerful.
They put it in writing and put me on this path.
Yep.
And I followed their instructions to a T. So I put them in a position where this is a Controlled Substances Act, so I'm following a treaty. They either have to withdraw from the treaty, which will legalize all drugs, or reconvene a world fucking convention to renegotiate what I just did.
That's deep.
That's deep, right?
That's
244 nations, because, and this is part of it why I think it's government corruption, is I think that this was the plan all along, because all of these countries that signed up for this,
right?
There's no way that I'm the smartest person on earth, dude. It's an 8th grade math equation. Not one government did a 0.3% dry weight math equation, dude. Like 5 grams is 5,000 milligrams. 5,000 milligrams times 0.3% is 15 milligrams, dude. Like I did that in my head as soon as I saw it. Am I really just that talented, or is it really that a bunch of scientists actually are keeping this on the hush and legalized weed through the back door to steal everyone's money? That's what I think is really about to happen.
Yep. you got me.
I don't think I'm the smartest person on earth. I think that it's a big, giant, fucking rigged system and a bunch of people who know damn well and good what is going on. And all this technology's existed for over 100 years. I didn't invent anything. This is just bringing something that was already in back to market.
Yeah,
I think is what they're scared of. I think that hemp is fuel, and I believe that they knew it was fuel, and I believe that it's 10 times cleaner than conventional gasoline. And I think that the government has always been a corrupt cartel of drugs and oligarchy, if you will, and that they essentially killed hemp. If you look at history, man, for the last 50 years,
tried to kill alcohol too,
right?
But prohibition age,
but they did kill hemp. For the last 50 years, you've been able to get marijuana in every city and every state across the nation. Let's do some basic math to show the government sells all the drugs. In every state in which you have to legalize marijuana, you have to write it into the state constitution to violate federal law in order to give them rights, which means you have to have a 60% voting threshold. 50% doesn't work. To rewrite the state constitution, you have to have a 60% threshold, which means that in 30-something states, 60% plus of the voting population legalize cannabis. That means that they smoke this shit, whether they want to say so or not. So let's do some basic math here and give the benefit of the doubt to the government by a 100% fucking failure rate. Okay, let's say that only 30% of the U.S. voting population smokes 1 joint a day. Okay, that's 1 gram. Do you know how much fucking weed that is every day? That's 100 million grams of weed. Let's do the math real quick.
I love this guy. He's like,
no, I'm serious.
We're going to do some math today. Y'all going to learn today.
Yeah.
You should have the whiteboard back there and he could show.
100 million
Hemp Rock says November 17th, 2021, Oklahoma state agencies are working to catch up to the medical marijuana industry's explosive growth. And
so I just did the math on this. If 30% of the population smoke weed, 1 joint every day, that's 220,000 pounds, 264 pounds of weed that get smoked every day. When they bust the drug dealers at the border and they say we got the largest drug bust ever and it's 2,100 pounds, it doesn't represent 1% of the weed that got smoked in one day, if only 1/3, when realistically 2/3 voted to actually legalize.
Right.
Are you understanding that there's no math? It's easier statistically to prove that aliens exist, that the government doesn't run the drug trade.
We already know aliens exist. It's already been proven.
Okay.
Pentagon finally released it.
Do we really
mathematically though, dude? It's just astronomically ignorant to not understand what's really going on. It's you have to be mathematically fucking illiterate to be able to do this and not figure out.
And
hey,
this
there's more.
Is why I got so involved in data, because data doesn't lie.
And data doesn't lie. And this is the thing: is that for the last 30 years, you've been able to get your weed in every city and every state. Every one of us have. Everybody who's listening to this probably who's that. Has been able to. You want to know why?
Why?
Because the government put it there. And you want to know what you haven't been able to access?
What?
Anything hemp.
Why is that?
Because I think it's fuel. I think it's gasoline. And what I believe is that the government knows that it's fuel and that they on purposefully went to petroleum-based products to create a monopoly and to destroy everything as fast as possible and blame all of us for the destruction that we did to Earth, when realistically they destroyed technology
Yeah.
that would allow us to have been free 100 years ago.
You know, the first
and put us
car
on
was
this
actually
path.
an electric car.
Yep.
It was not gas.
It was made by Nikola Tesla. And Henry Ford's first automobile was designed to run off hemp fuel. Did you know that? A picture of him, my cousin, his name is Jeffrey Hank. He ran a organization called MI Legalize, which helped legalize cannabis in the state of Michigan. He was running for congressman and stuff. He's fucking smart, dude. He's way smarter than me. Anyways, this dude, his campaign picture was Henry Ford with his foot on the fender of the Model T, and in the whole background, it looks like weed, and he's sitting there sucking on a piece of it. And that was the original combustion engine, was a hemp-based engine. They literally took this fuel from you and gave it to somebody else to create a monopoly on power.
The Rockefellers and
100 Rockefeller.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
It's Vanguard Group.
Bro, I've already
BlackRock.
studied all this shit. I know.
It is. If you look it up, dude, all these corporations that own everything, it's Rockefeller's family.
I love Tesla because he literally said, fuck the system, fuck your games, fuck your monopoly of, oh, you can't have a dealership in Texas and all this bullshit rhetoric. Government red tape to put anything that was ever gonna.
So this is why I believe Texas is so against hemp and marijuana, is that they understand that it is gasoline. They've known this for 100 years, and it would turn Texas into Detroit if we fucking went to a hemp-based fuel.
Well, Detroit never went to a hemp-based fuel.
No, I'm saying, when the Motor City left Detroit and how it became like an abandoned fucking
well, Detroit was
clusterfuck.
Yeah, it's shithole. Always
basically, yeah. Well, I didn't want to say that about an American city.
I've been there.
Realistically, this entire state is run by oil money. It's run by big oil.
Yeah.
And big oil has the worst to lose if they synthesize a hemp-based fuel, because not only is it a renewable energy, then you as an individual have the power to produce energy, which right now they have monopolized that power through their corporate interests. So you have no way to actually produce energy and actually take credit for it, your work, unless you're doing what I'm doing, and I'm printing money, and they're going to be really mad at me. I understand. I know what's about to happen, but that's part of the reason why I did this too, was this is a selfless act for humanity. I know that I'll make a bunch of money in the long run, and my kids will, and that everything will work out. But I fully expect like some very wealthy, powerful people to be very upset with what I'm doing, and that, that's just the truth. Like I could literally have cured cancer, changed fuel, and legalized weed all in one action. Holy shit, that's the trifecta of fuck you.
Of the FU podcast. Trifecta, love it. God, man, there was so much I was going to say. I'm just like, I'm sorry. No, it's like there were so many different things.
No, you just left us all quiet. Shit.
So let me backtrack.
When I know how I feel.
When I was 12,
when
I was 12, I drew a car because I was always creative, even at a young age. I drew a car that had solar panels on the front, the side, like basically the entire shell of the car was solar panels.
Want to know what it was called? Ewart's Law.
What?
What?
Ewart's Law.
No, that was not what it was called.
Ewart's Law.
Hey, you want to know something really cool that I do know?
Sorry,
about?
Devin.
Hold on. Let me finish. So, you know how like Ferraris and stuff have the scoops, right? For the air to cool brakes and cool the engine and everything else. Well, what I had was generators that were, so when the air came in the scoops, it actually spun a generator which charged the system. And then I had, ironically, batteries at the time. I was fucking 12. Like, this is 30 something fucking years ago.
Yeah,
and I'm designing this.
And I was 25. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
And like, I literally drew this, and I still to this day. And then what was crazy is I was like, well, the tires are spinning, right? So why can't I put a generator on that? And when they slow down, regenerative fucking braking power. Yeah. I'm like going,
it already exists. Exxon killed it.
I was 12.
No.
Because here's the thing. They said there's no such thing as a what do they call it? A
Perpetual motion.
Yes, exact. Thank you. Perpetual motion machine. And I go, you're right, because you're relying on one source, and I'm relying on four. Tell me why I have four power plants fueling this. Why it can't not only exceed power but generate its own. When I plug that shit at home, I'm fueling my fucking house.
Right.
Yeah.
So check this out, man.
And I'm actually working. Truth be told, I'm actually working on this. Not the car concept, but the company I'm working for now. I'm working on a concept right now, and this is. I'm a week into this new job, and I'm already like innovating this. I'm like, let's do it.
My father-in-law told he knew this dude back. It's down in Sunrise Beach. It's part of Llano, that place that is fucking totally corrupt.
Yeah.
But anyways, this dude, he came up with a solar paint, and Exxon bought him out for like $22 million. And my father-in-law knew him. He literally had a paint that you could paint your house, and you could just put electrodes to it. They could have put this shit on the roads and then put electric sensors on cars. They could have had all this shit so long ago. They are destroying technology to enslave us.
You want to hear the most fucked up part? If any time you have a patent or anything you want to get so that you own the rights to it, it's a government body that approves it. And they basically say, nope. And they take that. And if it's for military use, 9 times out of 10, they will always
reject your patent unless you own Raytheon.
Yeah. And that's the fuck. And that's why I've literally sat on this idea since I was 12 years old, because I knew for a fact if I would have got the patent, it would have been ixnayed, and they would have fucking ran with it, and they would have killed it. Like if I built a
would have totally
model,
taken it away from you. Yeah,
they will fucking kill it. Look at Stan Myers, right? The water car.
Yeah, dude.
That ran on water, and they fucking not only killed the project, they killed him.
Yeah, they killed that dude.
Yeah.
Oh man, there's anybody who tries to actually liberate humanity, they seem to kill.
Tesla's a perfect example.
Oh,
perfect.
Tesla.
I'm surprised Elon's not gone yet.
Well, and that's why he did that cryptic text on Twitter today or yesterday.
I didn't see that.
I don't feel like any billionaire can be a billionaire without actually either committing a massive crime or being partners with the criminal group who actually run shit. That's just my personal opinion. Not trying to talk shit, Elon, dude. Like, I don't know you. Come talk to me and tell me differently. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you're in Austin. Come up here.
Yeah,
dude,
why not?
Hang out in the studio. You can smoke a bowl, whatever. Be just like Joe Rogan.
But dude, man, like the actual Nikola Tesla.
Yeah.
Once they destroyed him and put him in a mental hospital,
everything.
Westinghouse got all his patents.
Cases. Yeah.
So I'm wondering, is Tesla just a descendant of Westinghouse and nobody knows about it? You know what I mean? How does he get access to all the patents?
Who are you talking about? Elon?
Yeah.
So Elon suffers from Asperger's. So Asperger's people, that I've worked with them, they think differently.
They're supposed to be like really, really smart.
They are very.
I think that's what Wyatt has.
Very, very, very smart. That's what Wyatt has.
Asperger's.
Yes.
Asperger's.
He just thinks very differently.
Yeah, burger
and I'm the same way.
Yep.
And
Asperger's.
I've been able to deal with people that have Asperger's because I can funnel their intelligence and then understand their weaknesses. And so I focus more on their intelligence, and I get them to funnel in to focus more on their strengths rather than their weaknesses. Mm-hmm. A lot of the weaknesses they have is their social interaction. They're antisocial. They're
that's definitely
socially awkward. Let me put it that way. They're socially awkward. So I'm like, I'm the social butterfly. I can handle that aspect. You focus on your craft. You focus on.
I don't really like people, dude. Like, I'm like seriously.
Hey, you know what? Hey, I don't like people either.
I can't be like if we go I can't.
As I've gotten older,
concert, dude. Like if I'm around people I don't know in a group, I look like the fucking weirdest dude. Ask this dude. We're on yachts with bitches that are 24 years old that are topless, naked, wanting to party, and I'm at the deck by myself. Like I can't conversate or be around like people. Like I don't like people. They all
when
let me down.
When I was younger, I would be the one interacting with those 24-year-olds. Like, hell yeah,
Well,
I'm gonna take them home. I'm bang all of them.
Oh my god!
But now that I'm older, I'm like, these bitches have nothing to offer me. I'm like, because I'm at an intellect level and not a physical level.
Yeah.
Right.
Whereas back then I was at a physical level and I'm like, yeah, that fucking body's rocking, blah, blah, blah. Let's, knock some boots. But now I'm like, okay, we knocked the boots and now what?
Now
you know what I mean? Because now I'm older and I'm going, you got absolutely nothing to offer me outside of the bedroom. That's it. And I'm like, I can't carry on a conversation with you. I can't, if I have an idea, I can't brainstorm with you. Mm-hmm. Like literally, you're good for one fucking thing. And I hate to say that, but I understand where you're coming from.
It's just been I've also gone through so much with people, and like I was abandoned as a child. I went to children's homes and stuff. So like,
let's talk about that. Well, like you didn't mention any of that.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, like you wanted to start. I have a lot of crazy shit that happened to me, dude.
Well, I said so from the beginning. Now all of a sudden we're going like Tarantino and shit, and going back to the beginning. We went to the middle.
My grandmother was a very talented lady. She worked for what's called the State Department, but really she was a spook, like a real deal James Bond type lady.
Yeah. She got some good stories about that.
She had a photographic memory and could speed read. So she could literally read a page in like a minute and a half, and then she could write verbatim the word that she read, and that could be 5 hours later. So her job was to be the secretary to the U.S. ambassador, and you can look her up. Her name is Wyatt Larew. She was in Bulgaria, Israel, Tel Aviv, Bulgaria, I believe Moscow and Paris. And her job was to go with the ambassador, and when they would read top secret confidential information, they summon the U.S. ambassador to their embassy, like when they have communications, right? They don't just send the documents. It's not how it works. So if they have confidential information that's on documents from a government agency that's higher up than the State Department that wants to relay a message to us or whatever, they summon our ambassador, and he goes over there, and then they read him the document, and he has his assistant with him. And the suit, he like basically, just is a pretty dude who plays golf with everybody. And he's not really that smart. He just has an Ivy League degree because he paid for it, because he comes from a rich family. It's really how it works. It's how all these politicians are.
Absolutely right.
And then someone like my grandma is sitting there listening to everything that they do. And she says, okay, I need to read it. And then she'll read the document. This is before computers. Then she go back to the U.S. Embassy, type everything up that she read, and then send it back to D.C. And she left me a ton of money. And I'm the brokest millionaire who ever walked planet Earth, because a guy named John Mason Antrim and my aunt basically, took advantage of everything and looted my fund, and I never received any money out of it. It cost me $10,000 to inherit over $1 million to this day. Like, for real, I lost my estate my grandma gave me. She had a house right down the street from the Moore house. This is part of the reason why I'm really like hate the government too. Like, not anti-government. That's what people need to understand. I'm anti our government. Okay,
not just any government, our government.
No, seriously, but
well, no, and I've
my
had
favorite person.
I've had this. Patrick.
Yes,
I've had this argument with Raymond all the time, because he's like, America, free, and I'm like, bitch.
Throw some gasoline.
No, we're not free. There's used to be.
My most favorite entity and my political hero of all time is going to be George Washington. I can quote all kinds of shit from this dude, man. Go off. And that's because I lived in a town called Yorktown, Virginia, and it's where we fucking killed the British left and right, slaughtered their asses. The French came in, decapitated all their ships, and they made Cornwallis surrender at the Moore House, which was less than a quarter mile from the estate in which my grandmother owned. So I learned how to drive.
And we need to go ghost hunting over there.
Yeah.
Andy, if you're paying attention.
I found as a kid, dude, like they dug up the U.S. Park Service actually dug up like trenches to make it look like the Civil War and the Revolutionary War and stuff.
Fucked up.
So you drive around on these toll roads and you see all this like cannons that don't work and all these ditches and stuff. All that shit is fake. Everything that's in the woods is real. So as a kid, I lived there. All the tourists are driving around their cars and shit. I'd be in the woods fucking off all day. I found all kinds of cool shit, bro.
I bet.
There's all kinds of cool shit out there.
Hell yeah, dude. I'd love
Like-
to fucking bring some of these cameras and
But it's illegal to like dig it up or anything.
I ain't trying to dig it. I ain't trying to dig up no damn.
Oh, but you can see like the natural holes from like
Yeah.
where they used to bury all their ammunition depots and stuff. So when I was a kid and wandering through the woods by
Digging up
myself,
fucking landmines.
oh, dude, I'm not kidding you. The coolest thing I ever found was an empty tub that had gunpowder in it. There was no gunpowder in it, and bricks of lead. I found like 8 bricks of lead and went and sold them like an idiot. They'd probably be worth so much money.
Right? Exactly.
But I was I was literally 13 years old and in and out of a children's home when that happened. I was like, money. I thought it was like gold or something. And some old dude who like researched history bought them for me for like $5 each. They're probably in some museum somewhere. He got paid like fucking 200 grand for this shit. But yeah, when I went to go live with my father when I was 12 years old, and my mom just she didn't really want to deal with my shit anymore. So I never really met him until I was 12, and I went there to go live with them in Yorktown, Virginia. And then he had a massive stroke, and my grandmother died of cancer, like all at the same time. And my aunt, the one who basically, turned me out, she made sure I went to a children's home, and I went to the Virginia Home for Boys in Richmond, Virginia. It's 8716 West Broad Street. And I experienced.
Oh, so you just give your address?
No, when it was at children's home.
13.
Oh, children's home. Oh, I thought.
Goddamn, way to pay attention,
I
fuckface.
thought you were giving your address. Going, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, he wants.
8716 West Broad Street, the Virginia Home for Boys.
So how long were you there?
Like 8 months to a year before I got kicked out of there. Those people enslaved me, dude. Fuck those people. The reason I know that address is because I had to work in their printing press all day long as school.
So at what age?
Like 13 years old. I learned how to take to use a dark room, make plates, print massive things, asking people for donations. That was my schooling, was to print letters asking rich people for money. So fuck those people.
Well, if you ask rich people, if you ask rich people for money, they ain't gonna give it to you.
Oh no, they do.
That's why they're
really.
Yeah, man. The children's home, they give money.
How come when I ask people for rich, I mean,
you're not a children's home?
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, man. Like,
you're right.
And then you know what they do?
I
with
guess
all the
I'm
money?
listening.
They put it in a trust fund, and they feed you like prison food.
Well, I believe that. So
I got sent out of there, and then I went to a children's home in Texas called the Brummett Youth Ranch right after that. It was in Hico, Texas, right outside of it.
Is it Hico or Hico?
Hico.
I thought it was Hico.
Nah, it's Hico.
That's where the kid is buried.
I think that's the only, they say that just so that they have some reason to be there.
Billy's there. Billy's got to be in Hico. Or Hico or whatever.
I think he's in like Arizona or something. But
you think?
they say that just because they need people to come there and spend money.
Yeah, they need a tourist trap.
Yeah, they need something. Like that place is like a blip on a map. That's where I meet to drop off my kid for child custody. It's just the middle way, a little tiny gas station that's there. But I escaped that place, and I was the only person who ever escaped it. Everybody else who tried to escape, they tried to take the roads. And the people would like laugh at them, and then 2 hours later call the cops, and then the cops would bring them back. I packed a backpack full of sandwiches, and took 3 gallons of water, and hit the hills. And then I hitchhiked out of there, and that's how I got out of that piece of shit.
Oh yeah,
I think I'm the only person who successfully ever escaped from that place.
Yeah.
Anyways, that I have some crazy stories. I went through a bunch of stuff when I was a kid. It was bad.
Right.
I know, that's why you're here, bro, to talk about them.
Yeah, but that's kind of my story, man. Like, I really just want to talk about basically after the transplant, what has happened, and kind of like this aspect of it, because this is what's exciting. My life before that was just a bunch of fucking tragedy.
Yeah, but to people to understand like where you are now, they got to know the history, the backstory. You know what I mean?
I mean,
because
basically,
it makes that much more glory and that much. Remember the rain and the sunshine?
Yeah, I understand.
That is your rain, and then now you're doing something.
I got shuffled around as a child from home to home.
Mhm.
I went through a lot of sexual abuse, and it was just a bad thing, man.
Was CPS involved? Let me ask you.
No. It was always like just somebody who took advantage of their authority. It was never a government entity that got me.
What you're describing
That sounds
right
like
now
the government again.
is the problem that I have with this whole abortion thing that's going on, because now you're basically saying let's have a shit ton of kids infiltrate the fucking foster system, which we already know based on your experience, and not just yours, but a multitude of others.
My foster experience was not. I don't blame that experience for the sexual abuse I went through, because the sexual abuse I went through was not like by state people. It was by entities that were like family members or something. I never got molested in
the foster care system.
Yeah, that never happened to me.
No, thank you for the clarification.
Well, that's good though. So.
Yeah,
but
because that's unfortunately not the minority.
However, Denton County, this county, they did put me in Denton County Juvenile Detention Center for almost 9 months for running away from home, like from 16 to 17 years old. I mean, I got beat down by the prison guards. They put me in solitary confinement for not giving them my mattress.
So Denton County's a piece of shit.
Oh,
yeah,
dude, that's part of why I came to Lake Dallas to do this, was to smudge this in their fucking face for.
Oh, really?
For
okay.
Yeah, that's great segue. Because you mentioned you're like, there's a reason why I came to Lake Dallas.
The reason I came to Lake Dallas is, first of all, a lot of people here that she's not even alive anymore, but the person who first introduced me to real drugs and all my friends, it was methamphetamines around here. Yeah. And she was a cook. And I learned how it all worked from a cook from a very young age. She told me all about this place and how it all worked. And that's why
this place, meaning Lake Dallas.
Lake Dallas.
Okay.
Lake Dallas is not like Corinth. It's not like Hickory Creek. Lake Dallas is an entity of its own. There's a reason why meth is so prevalent here, and it will never go away. Your house in Kings Manor is not worth $350,000. Okay, I promise you, it's not worth any more than it was in 1999, because there is just, this place is still so consumed with methamphetamine, and it can't stop, because from what I understand, from what I was taught as a kid, is that there's agreements in place with the people who run this place, and certain like people who ride motorcycles, is all I can say. And as long as those meetings are allowed to continue uninterrupted, they'll continue to run and rule this place. Well, like, that's just the way it is. And the cops are down with it. That's just how it goes here. Like, they're forced to be the way they are. Like, I don't think you can be on this unless you understand the way it works. That's why we have so many bad apples here over the years. That's why City Halls keeps getting turned out over and over again.
Well, and that's my thing that I've noticed. So I've been here like 18 years, which is
so. Should I run for not governor, mayor?
Oh man, if you run for mayor, the only way you'll be able to be elected, like I said, I think that, I don't know that about this place but from what I saw at the other town that I experienced at with vote, like what I was talking about, I would assume that goes on in all these places and where methamphetamine is ruling the population. Because back where I'm from in Llano too, it's a meth town. Everybody, it's like anywhere where meth is allowed to fucking just be there and be prevalent, there's going to be sexual weird shit going on, because those people do that shit.
So let me ask you, is Kings Manor that trailer park here on the left?
No, that's Kingswood. Kings Manor is the
further down on the right.
Yeah, it's further down right across from the primary school. When I was a kid, those houses were worth like $85,000.
Across from the school?
Yeah, I mean, like,
no shit.
Yeah, that's Kings Manor.
So the reason why I say that is because, so for a while the code enforcement was like up our neighborhood's ass about everything, from fucking grass being more than 2 inches high or whatever. But meanwhile, that fucking trailer park over here on the left, fences are falling down, shit's every fucking where, and grass is 15 fucking feet high, and they don't do shit.
They won't do shit.
And I'm just like going.
It's the same with Hook Street, man. You ever been down to Hook Street?
No, but I feel like I need to go make it. Not in my Mercedes, but I'll go.
like
you're gonna go in your fucking Tundra.
I'll go in the Tundra.
You're going
all that's happened in Lake Dallas.
Go get a drug car. And just
all the old cop car.
I call Lake Dallas
with the spotlight
a pig with a whole lot of lipstick on it.
Boo!
There's no way that y'all should be paying the property taxes you are.
Oh,
the number one selling item at every store is a meth pipe. You know what I mean? Like that's just not real. Like that's
you go to ass slops. I mean, I call ass slops.
Ass slops, really?
Oh my god,
that's his favorite place.
Is that where they all hang out from Lake Dallas? Is ass slops?
Which is funny because it's right next door to the police station. And then you go across the street. There's a Godfather's Pizza, and then there's another place right there that fucking also has meth pipes. Like literally, he's not lying.
Really? Is that the police department right next to
ass slops? Yes.
I mean, is it the shed?
And they will not do anything if a
the
crime
shed.
is committed against you. I had people break into my house, steal financial documents from me.
Wow.
That cost me over $100,000, and they told me that they're allowed to break in my house because the documents had their name on them too. And I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Like they literally fucked me out of $100,000 because my old boss came into my house and stole all my documents to prove so that I couldn't prove what they stole from me in court.
The mayor.
No. Like the investigating officer.
Oh, okay. Dallas. Sorry, I thought you were
because the mayor lives like right down the street from here, and his house.
Hi, mayor.
Hey, mayor.
Well, ex-mayor. He's no longer the mayor.
He's the ex-mayor now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He stepped down, which I was like,
ex-mayor.
Dude, he probably stepped down because he wasn't corrupt.
And hey, Sherry, how you doing?
You can't be part of this little crowd here unless you're part of their little group.
Right.
Oh,
I'm
man.
telling you, man. That's why I came here.
Okay, so to his point, and the reason why when he started talking about Lake Dallas corruption and stuff.
Yeah.
So when we had the city hall meeting about this shithole over here. So when I bought this house, part of the reason why I bought this house, right, is the trees. There was 9 trees along this back fence, 140-foot fence, which wasn't a fence because it backed to 40 acres. So I took the fence down,
right,
so that my land looked like it went for fucking ever. Which was beautiful.
That's totally
the
a
whole
great
reason
idea.
why I bought the goddamn house. And then all of a sudden, these ass clowns come in. And I fought it tooth and nail. They were first wanting to do a 6-foot fence, and I said, "Fuck that! No, I got 8-foot fence here. I got 8-foot fence here. You're gonna put a fucking 8-foot fence in here." So fought back and forth. Finally, they agreed to it. But then I realized the more I fought and the more I pushed, because I have a real estate background too. So like I know, and I pushed the developer. I actually got the developer's contact information, and I was fucking contacting him directly because I'm the only motherfucker in this whole goddamn city that was actually standing up for all of my neighbors. And so all of a sudden I became appointed the guy that's going to go fight fucking City Hall. And so I did. And this fucking little ass clown, no offense, midget motherfucker, short ass.
What the fuck, man? Really?
Short shit fuck.
There you go. There you go. That's in my fucking script. Short shit fuck.
This guy is literally just everything I'm saying, and I'm literally thinking in my head, I go, who the fuck signs your goddamn paycheck? I'm like going, and I'm like, I literally was like, and I said in front of the council, I said, I object. And I'm like, it's not a trial, right? And because I said that, and because
hearsay.
Hearsay.
No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, I have to throw shit.
No, you're
sorry, man. I mean, shit.
And,
all right, go ahead.
And it was funny because like this guy, little short shit fuck, was just saying
the mayor of Meth Town.
Yeah,
mayor of Meth Town. God damn.
Hey, man,
sounds like a movie to me.
It does. Mayor of Meth Town.
Mayor of Meth
Fucking
Town.
write that shit down.
But if you'll notice, you'll see
see
a lot of colors here that look the same, and that's what's going on. And you have to understand the reason why the deals are in place is because it's not just the people. The feds run these fucking little clubs, man.
Mm-hmm.
So there's what's happening here. Why it's been a 20-year fuck you is because this is like,
and these roads are still fucked up.
Yeah, it's an organized
shit.
This is what's going on here.
Yeah.
All of Denton County's fucked up.
That's
dude,
pretty much
like,
true.
Yep.
Yeah,
I feel like, did they get these roads half price?
How many, dude? I would never. What they did to me at 16 years old is what you would do to at Guantanamo, like prisoner shit. They would strip me naked, shut off my water, take my mattress, not feed me because I didn't want to obey their rules.
Wow.
Because I wouldn't come out of my room. If I didn't come out of my room and go to lunch and everything, they would put me on room restriction, and that meant taking my shit, and that meant that I had to fucking beat somebody's ass or get beat, which I got beat.
That sucks.
Because I couldn't beat up four grown men coming in and beating up a 16-year-old in a juvenile detention center to steal my mattress to make me, and then they fucking pump up the air conditioner
Right.
to like 48 degrees. They take all your mattresses, all your blankets, they shut your water off for 5 days at a time, and they treat you like fucking garbage, man. They did this to me as a 16-year-old child in Denton County Juvenile Detention Center under the authority of Roderick Brown. He was
all right. Well,
so Denton County.
That's
yeah.
too bad, man. Sorry it happened.
They actually, this is what happened. They kept me so long that they had to release me or send me to TUIC for running away. And they actually had to drop all charges on me for why I was in there because they exposed me to black mold, and they had to shut the whole juvenile detention center down. And they sent people in suits, and they shut everything down and let everybody out and dismissed all charges because my mom should have sued these fucking people for $1 million, dude.
Yeah.
Well, I got a little bit more than
that.
Yeah, a lot more than $1 million.
I lost a third of my lung after that.
Well, I mean, it should have been a little bit more than just a fucking.
They exposed me to black mold for months. It was growing out of the vents in the ceiling and shit. You could see it. Everybody was sick. They didn't give a fuck. So they just dismissed everyone's charges and let them out of jail.
And if you go back there and you go check nowadays, it looks exactly the same. It's probably more shit growing out of that motherfucker.
Probably. Like these people who want to actually like beat and punish children,
right?
They need to be fucking hung, like straight up, dude. These dudes.
Well, anybody that beats children or women or whatever,
they say it's legal because they're part of the government.
They need to be fucking hung.
I'm fucking over it, man. Like. If I got Mandy here today, like you guys can talk to her, she'll straight up tell you they gave themselves immunity to rape my daughter and cover it up, and I have no recourse of action unless I have millions of dollars. So maybe if this could result in a crowdfunding thing for this woman to be able to get legal representation, get her justice for her daughter,
either
epic
Tuesday or Thursday. Have her come in, have her go through either the Frustration Unlimited podcast, the Facebook page, or the website. You can book on either one. Have her book it, and we'll put it up.
Dude, I would love for her to get in.
Just like with you, like
you guys can collaborate.
Really?
When she tells you this shit, dude, you guys are gonna be like, "Oh my god!" And I think that just
nothing surprises me anymore, honestly. Like because I was actually a victim of I got assaulted by Addison police officer while I was in handcuffs. The motherfucker punched me in the face while I couldn't protect myself. And I had the hands behind my back and everything else. And so luckily I pay attention to my surroundings because I was jumped before. So like I'm very cognizant of my surroundings and everything that's around. And so I saw there was all these cameras around, right? So I'm like, okay, fine. I'll let this fucking ass clown hit me in the fucking face, whatever. Fell to the ground, ended up splitting one of my elbows. I can't remember. I don't know which one it is. This one?
I think so.
Yeah. So I actually fell on my elbow and split it open. So I'm literally in the jail cell, bleeding out of my fucking arm, and I'm like with gravel and all sorts of shit in there, and I'm like, I need a fucking medic. Like I'm literally bleeding all over myself, and they're like, oh, you're fine. If there was a problem, they would have like taken you to the hospital, blah blah. I'm like, are you refusing my fucking medical help? Because I'm telling you I need fucking medical, and they fucking completely dismissed it.
Yeah, they don't care about you.
And so when I had my lawyer, when I was released or whatever, there was a victim, there was some kind of report that the police had to fill out for assaulting me. And I'm like going, so there's record of these fuckers knowingly putting their hands on me, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, long story short, I went back to the scene where everything happened, right? 21 cameras. 21 cameras.
Not one video available, right?
And I told my lawyer, I said, "Hey, there's 21 fucking cameras that I counted because it was a fucking public building. Guess what? It was the city of Addison owned the fucking building, and it was Addison police.
No shit.
And
guess what? The one camera that was closest panned away when the dude assaulted me, and
Of course it did.
Came back, and that was the footage they gave me. I go, what about the other 20 fucking cameras?
So check this out. The officer that got caught by the FBI actually changing the rape kit and destroying evidence, in which resulted in a change of venue. The Llano County Sheriff's Department called him a pillar of the community on Facebook and baked him a fucking cake. And he just got covering up a pedophile rape.
Dude, and this is why, like, when I see all these police stories and shit like that, I'm like, it's about time the shit's getting exposed, because you know what? If anybody had a camera, anybody with a cell phone would have videotaped that, we'd be talking in different circumstances.
It's on video. That's the fucking point.
Yeah,
it's all on video. These dudes putting drugs in a drink, and then giving it to this 16-year-old girl, and then taking turns going in and out of her room is all on video in her own home, dude. She got raped in her own home.
When did this happen?
This happened like 9-10 months ago.
Really?
They won't do shit, bro. They had to give him a change of venue because they changed the judge, they changed the district attorney, and they made it all go away.
Oh.
That's how it works, and they all have immunity. So the dude who got caught covering up, who got blatantly caught covering up changing the rape kit and shit, who got forced into retirement, he gets his pension, and he's gonna get $100,000 a year from the people from you, buddy, for the rest of his life. He gets $100,000 a year because he got caught protecting a pedophile rape on video camera. Wow. And they just cover it up. They literally put the people in that they need to make shit go away. And the state is very guilty of it. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, is that this is not what you think it is. The FBI is very involved. The DHS is involved. The state police are involved. And it seems like all that's happening is cover up after cover up after cover up.
And that was my first experience is with that Addison incident. How much of a cover up. And I literally, when I was in handcuffs in the squad car, because I knew the footage was rolling, I was asking the cop, I go, did you get that? Your squad car was facing. I go, did you get that on dash cam? I go, did you see him assault me? Did you? Oh, I can't say anything about that. Bob. I'm like, you're fucking just as bad as the dumb
that's the problem. Is that everybody says, oh, well, all the cops aren't bad, but the good ones protect the bad ones, so they're all fucking bad.
Thank you. If you put a turd in a fucking punch bowl, the whole goddamn punch bowl is ruined.
Right.
One fucking turd.
And if you're going to take the back of the turd over and over again for your little club and your little fraternal order of fucking bullshit.
Yes.
Because that's what it is. It's a fraternal order.
It is.
Back to that weird shit, fraternal order. And those motherfuckers will do anything to make sure that they never, ever, 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 ever face one day in prison for the crimes they commit.
Yeah.
They are the mob, bro.
And what's even more fucked up about this situation is because the guy that hit me was Hispanic. And so it was literally going to be, could be consulted as a fucking hate crime. Exactly.
They won't do that if you're.
And they fucking protect it. And it was just like,
it's the good old boy system,
dude. And
good old boy system. Texas is the good old boy system.
It is, man.
That star, man, it means something. That's why I chose it and put a rose in the middle of it. You understand? That's my symbols.
Yeah,
I know what they do.
Now I know.
Now that I know that they practice magic and star is their little fucking their little avenue for protection, I put that on my logo because I'm like, hey, if they're going to do it, it has something to do with pagan magic that they're not letting anybody know about, because I know what they're doing. I saw them fuck people in a fucking little triangle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they're doing weird shit.
Yeah.
Crazy. It is.
So how's y'all's day been so far?
I sold 184 liters today.
Good.
So,
how many Dr. Peppers is that?
Bro. Man. I just sold.
How many Dr. Pepper? How many 2-liter Dr. Peppers?
I probably got. I don't know, but I probably got 4 million people high off that transaction.
That's 92.
92.
92.
There's only what?
You said 184. Right.
184 liters. That's each liter of distillate is it's 1,000 carts.
94 liters.
Yet my bag's still empty.
Yeah.
Dude, I'll load you guys down tomorrow.
All right, man. I'll pay you, man.
I got some on the bike.
Well, you got samples?
Oh,
Cool.
All right, yeah. Then they're coming up here.
I
Go get them right now. What are you doing, dude?
to the guy's point, like, hey, you're not smoking, like
come
Joe
on, dude.
Rogan, like, what the fuck?
What are we doing here? Let's
You're
eat on
talking about it,
video,
but you're not
man.
even doing
We're on
it.
our podcast. We're not
Hey,
even
I
eating our own
would.
shit. Are you fucking kidding me?
I would, but I can't because I have something I need to do in about 15 minutes. And
well, you should.
And I have something.
How long is that
going
gonna
to
last?
morning. That's probably going to last about 30, 45.
All right, cool. It's not going to kick in for an hour. You're good.
No, I don't think so.
He's
I
right.
can't do it. I have something that's way important tomorrow.
Nah, I understand.
So
Oh, you got to test tomorrow.
I go, yeah. So I gotta kind of be good, at least until Friday. So,
All right.
then
Well,
after that,
I'm going to eat a whole package of gummies in front of y'all.
okay.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Like I consume a lot of cannabis. And that's a real thing.
Clearly.
Clearly.
Right.
So he's not only a salesperson, but he's also
A user.
a user.
Oh yeah, I use the shit.
It's like the old.
I take
I
the shit.
literally,
Remember that?
I mean, I made
Men's Warehouse.
Yeah.
I made 150.
I guarantee it.
I guarantee it.
Hey, you know what? He's dead now. You can use it.
All right, here we go. Dude.
I guarantee
Oh
it.
shit!
I guarantee it.
Here we go.
I'll take a package.
You haven't
Yeah,
had any
take
of those
one.
yet?
Well, what kind do you have?
We got lemonade, mixed berry, assorted
Mixed berry.
flavors. Maybe I should tell everyone
Motherfucker.
there's like 6.
No,
or 7
that's okay.
flavors.
I'll take the what you call it. The
You better not be stingy, motherfucker.
No, dude. If you like the mixed berries
Want
here,
lemonade?
I'll take the assorted colors or whatever it's called.
Assorted? Nah. Hey, no. I'm gonna do both of y'all a favor. I'm gonna eat
Look at
the
this.
assorted, and I'm gonna give you guys these because these are way more potent.
Yeah, they are.
Give me
Oh,
the.
okay.
Wait, it says 15.
Yeah.
Wait, what is this?
This has 15.
Yeah, explain to the audience
All
so
right,
they
so-
know what they're getting when they order from the
I think
website.
that I fucked
Holy
up
shit,
here,
okay.
and I need to redo this. I should probably put the Delta 9 before the CBD, but it
Yeah.
says
Yeah.
15 milligrams of CBD,
This is
12
cool.
milligrams of Delta 9 on this one. That
Uh,
one's 13. That one's 13.
All right, so explain to the less knowledgeable audience what that means.
Okay, so what I did is
So that way when they order, they know.
So this 8th grade math that the government pretended not to do is 5,000 milligrams times 0.3% is 15 milligrams of THC. So for every 5-gram gummy that I make, I can legally put up to 15 milligrams of THC in it and be under the legal allotted limit under the federal, state, and local and international laws that were set for hemp legislation.
Cool.
So because I make a 5-gram gummy and they are fucking delicious, I can put up to 15 milligrams of THC and it be legally compliant and mail it in all 50 states. Exceptionally awesome.
All right.
Not only all 50 states, I send this shit all over the world.
So there's these beautiful little squares. Don't be a square.
Don't be a square.
Yeah, we got quiet on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably end up doing
I will say you definitely have.
I'll probably end up doing it Friday night. So
And
Just
they're
take it one
delicious,
Friday.
man.
They are like you have the flavor profile down.
I can eat these motherfuckers off a plate. Like legit. Everybody else's weed gummies are hard. They suck ass, man.
No, I will
All
say.
my competitors, that's why they hate me so much in the gummy industry, is they're like, okay, fuck, this dude has natural shit and his gummies are 10 times better than ours. We're all fucked. What do we
Yeah.
do? Because I didn't
soften ours up.
no, well, they use machines and
yeah.
this
Yeah.
is all handmade and handmade ingredients,
can
like all
smell that.
natural stuff. So this is
Smell it.
like,
Oh, I love it, dude. I open.
dude, this is like
I'm like this. I'm like.
there's love put into this. This is not some
Uh,
machine cranking out a million gummies a
It
day.
reminds me
dude.
of like lemon heads back.
Hey,
in
we
the
got
day.
Andy
You
Jr.
remember those?
over here. Hey,
What?
we got Andy Jr. right there.
Andy Jr. Why we spill again?
Yeah, he
Damn it!
spilled.
You spilled again.
That was earlier.
Oh, okay.
He spilled again.
That was earlier.
You know what?
One time.
We're gonna have to put like a little
a bib on this table.
Yeah.
a bib on the table or
One of
table,
those-
Go place mats.
cloth or,
Right.
or something. You know,
But what I have
And
And
next,
it's funny because like we have all the expensive equipment over here, like the boards and all that
Yeah.
shit, and like thank God they never get spilled on.
um,
Although
Good.
that
But-
one time they did.
I do manufacturing too, so I made some 150 milligram nano D9 shots or 2-ounce shots with 150 milligrams of THC in it, and it's nano THC, so it breaks the blood-brain barrier within 3 minutes and skips the liver and the kidney. Totally ridiculous. I mean, you get into a ball and cry for mommy if you drink this whole thing, and it's legal for me to sell it this way. I also have.
So how do you sell it or how do you distribute it?
How
does
do you
that
mean?
work?
Through a bunch of stores around here.
Okay, but how is like a 5-hour energy shot? Like how the fuck does that work?
It looks like a 5-hour energy shot. It's a
Yeah.
2-ounce
Label.
little shot. Yeah, here, check it out.
Where the hell is this on your website?
Not yet.
It's
I've
brand
been in
new.
R&D and developing it, but I just made 5,000 bottles. So
I just
now
sent
that,
off for the stickers today.
yeah, so now that I don't post anything up until I'm actually done with it. You know what I mean? There's no point in saying.
Well, I feel
might
like we need to
this.
have like
Oh, and Nerds Robes are coming, and Rice Krispie treats.
I'll bring
Cocoa
I'll bring
Krispie
the samples
treats.
over.
I feel like we need to have like a
brownies,
recurring
whatever you want, dude.
Yeah.
taste test and like this is great
taste
opportunity.
test.
Oh man,
I gotta have a taste
what I
test
want
for
to do
fucking
is I
Saturday
even
night.
have that Nano D9 is
Because you
water
could literally
flowable.
cut clips of this and put it on your website. Like here's a testimonial live. Exactly. Uncut.
Right.
We actually have chocolates too.
Yeah, I have chocolate too, and my chocolates are real chocolate.
You can make s'mores with them.
Yeah, we
Oh shit, Andy! I wish you were listening right now, fucker.
I like to.
Hell
I like to,
yeah.
God, no, he would be high five and he'd be like fucking.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
If he wasn't out of town, this motherfucker would be up and beating on the door right now.
I'll be up at night making some dank munchie creations, and I'll get some Eggo waffles and toast them up, slather them with butter.
Who's Brandon?
And then I'll chop them all up, the chocolates, and I'll sprinkle them on the Eggos.
I don't know. Y'all know a Brandon Harvey?
I don't.
No?
It's another YouTube guy.
He's another YouTube guy?
Yep.
Well, the other thing is
What's up with the Jewish comments? What the hell is that all about?
I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
my
Maybe
nose
he,
probably. No, I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm
I
not
don't
wearing
know.
my yarmulke.
You get weird, we get weird ass
We do. We get
stupid
Hey,
fucking
well,
people in
I
here.
mean, I'm a Christian, but I'm kind of Jewish. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I I consider myself like a Mosaic Jew, essentially.
Yeah.
I try to eat clean, and I believe in all the old laws and whatnot.
Right.
So whatever, you can make fun of me all you want. I don't give a fuck.
I look Jew and I grow my beard out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Anyways,
It was funny earlier when you were talking about Jesus and like the camera panned on you. I was like, you kind of look like you kind of look like the part. You did.
You look a little bit better than what fucking Andy did when he came in. He thought he looked like Thor, but he actually looked
like Jesus.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have Jesus on.
This is an advanced nutrient shirt, and this was one of Jason's shirts. One of my best friends. I wore it here today on purpose.
Okay.
All right.
Well, thank you for the context.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
wondering.
Tell you
Yep.
that. And I don't know.
So
man.
explain what does
Everything
that
I do
mean?
has reason, you know.
Yeah, what does that mean?
All right, hey, sorry to cut it right quick. I gotta run for a second.
All right.
Okay.
Later.
All right, y'all have fun. You want to sit over here?
Yeah, if anybody wants to sit.
You want to sit over here?
I can say I'm chilling.
You all right?
I'm good.
You all right?
Yeah.
Y'all can
Yeah,
sit here if you want to. Headphones here. And nice meeting you
Nice to meet you.
and everything.
God bless
And I'll see you on there.
you. All right.
See you on there.
Yeah, thanks for the.
Hey, well, when you're riding, go ahead and fucking tune in.
Oh yeah, I'll
make-
do that.
Make the whoever's riding with you listen. they'll probably be like, "Hey, turn that car around.
What the?
Let's
fuck?
go get some.
Let's go get some.
I will buy some right now."
So when I first started growing weed like indoors,
Uh-huh.
this nutrient company had just come out, and I bought in all the hype, and me and my friend went and blew all our money on a bunch of stupid nutrients instead of fucking what we needed to.
All right.
And
Your own product.
yeah, and they gave us a free shirt when we did it, and this was it. You know what I
Uh-huh.
mean? And
Yeah.
dude, he died, and this just means a lot to me.
Oh,
So I
okay,
figured
gotcha.
this is bring him up here too, so we're all in a room together because he's just as much a part of this as
Right,
this
he was the
dude,
one
dude.
with the mother.
Yeah.
And, yeah, gotcha.
He's the one that brought us together.
He's
No,
the one
that's-
who brought
that's
us
awesome.
together
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah,
For sure. So
man.
yeah, man, everything has happened to me since this transplant. Like,
Mhm.
it can't be a coincidence, dude. It's
Well,
like
just
so
like
many
how you're
doors have
here and
opened.
like how we communicated in the fact that you live in Lake Dallas and the fact that I like actually had
a package.
a package and I literally like I scanned it and everything and I'm like going,
Does that say Lake Dallas?
I know, and I'm like going, Lake
You know what? When I
Dallas?
first did this, my dumbass put my best friend's address as the address on there. So what you're scanning is one of the first bags that I sold that didn't have the business address on it and just had my home address. People were showing up asking for gummies. It was fucking retarded, dude. I was like, oh my God, what did I do? I need to change this shit right now.
But it was just happenstance, coincidental, and I'm just like going, well, everything happens for a reason. There's a reason why like I was somehow brought up on this, and and then the fact that you're here and everything else, I'm just like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Where the hell did that go?
Everything that's happened to me, literally, I believe is my destiny. I no longer believe that things are random.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that you have free will to choose, but ultimately, time is an illusion. So how you believe in your hourglass, once I had this transplant and saw what I saw, I threw that hourglass on the ground and busted it. Mm-hmm. I saw essentially that, every time is not real, what we see it and the way we see it. And everything that you're doing right now, you're already dead. Like you're in heaven with God right now. So everything that's happening right now is it's already been done. Like he already knows everything. Like everything's been pre-written, dude. So regardless of the will in which you chose, he is infinite and all-knowing. Even though you think you're so important, he knows everything about every single entity on Earth and every plant. I also saw.
Let me ask you about like parallel universes and everything else.
I didn't see
dimensions and stuff like that. No.
I saw that the plants were just as conscious as you and me. So like your tree outside, it's just as important as you, and it has a soul too.
So yeah, then that's a great point. So like all these people that are like vegan and they're like cows and fish and this, that, and the other, they all have souls and everything else. But meanwhile, they're sitting there cutting down
trees,
and lettuce and this, that, and the other.
Saw that
but those don't have feelings.
Yeah,
they still have cells. They still have
plants are what I'm connected to, and I promise you that they are conscious beings. Like if I grow cannabis inside. I can prove this. Like I want to do studies. I just need a lot of money. Dude.
They've played like.
Have y'all ever done the rice experiment?
No,
but if one of our plants out of 100 of them in a room gets sick or something, just out of normal, the other plants will lean over and touch it. They're conscious fucking beings. Marijuana. I don't know if all plants are like that, but I can promise you, marijuana is a very conscious being, and it is. I believe it is a spiritual entity in which I am connected to, and that's why she chose me to do this essentially, whereas everyone else is like, how much fucking money can I make? They don't have a connection to the plant where they believe it as
and that's kind of like this podcast. Everybody's like so fixated on the money, like what are you generating, like how many this, how many that. It's like that's not the reason. That's not the reason why we do this. It's an outlet. It's also for the audience to either take away something, learn something, or like let something out.
I've actually had someone on LinkedIn say, you guys are all fucked, essentially, because Wyatt's not after money. So what you guys are after and what he's after are totally different. And that's not going to, your ideals and your dreams are totally different. I don't want a mansion to bang hookers on every day. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and it goes back to the reason why I started my marketing company. It's not to make millions. It's to help the smaller companies compete with the Walmarts and the Amazons. And that was my thing because they had nothing. They have no way to compete with the budget of Amazon. And that was where I came in. And it's like, I'm not trying to make millions. I'm not trying to be the richest person and everything else. I've already been there and done that. And, I've lost my ass. I fucking,
I'm not
I got stories about that for days too.
Like, I feel like I need a lot of money to be able to do more good.
Yeah.
But I feel like as long as I'm on the path of doing good and not on the path of seeking money, the money will come for me to be able to do good. And regardless of what anybody tries to do to me, God is going to make that happen. And he's going to continue to open doors. And protect me or whatever you want to do, as long as I'm doing his work and having all my faith in him and keep doing this for the good of humanity. I'll get what I need to be able to introduce this as real medicine instead of just getting high. Right now, everyone's just getting high, but I know what I have. If it with a solvent, it can cure cancer. Imagine what it can do naturally.
Yeah.
And that's,
and so going back to what I wanted to touch on earlier, when you were talking about like, you know, holistic and like, you know, it's natural. It's, you know, one of the things like I dated a girl. Her dad was a nuclear engineer, nuclear physicist, and he basically got drunk one night and told me a whole bunch of shit he probably shouldn't have. And his father was actually a spook, was ex-CIA and stuff like that. So he not only had knowledge from him, but also from what he does. Yeah. And so he told me, he goes, you know, our military vehicles and stuff like that. He goes, they're all mimicked after like animals, which makes sense, right? And he said, we have helicopters that literally make no noise. And I was like, okay, so how is that possible? And he goes, it's mimicked after an owl. He goes, you know, like how an owl will swoop down and like makes absolutely no noise and can take its prey by surprise.
Right.
He goes, that's the same concept that we have our helicopters. And he said, I think Apache or something like that at the time. Coincidentally, rewind back to Pakistan when the helicopter crashed, and why it was such a huge deal was because it was one of those helicopters that made no fucking noise. And the fact that they even, if they had 1 inch of the helicopter, was enough to figure out how they did
off
it.
The architecture.
Yep.
So
and it was fascinating because this guy told me this 15 years before that.
Wow.
And I'm like going, holy shit, everything he said was
real.
True. It was real. It was verified. Like, that just happened.
You can verify this too. The girl that I was married to, her name is, I'm not gonna tell her. Say anyway.
You can verify it, but I'm not gonna tell you who it is.
Anyways, her sister's a colonel in the Air Force, and she's married to a dude who does, you know, no one's allowed to know what he really does.
Right.
And he told me, got drunk and told me essentially the same thing one night, except it was with drones. And he showed me a declassified video of a bunch of little drones attacking a Russian tank. This Russian tank is just sitting there dumping artillery at these drones. And he said they mimicked after an ant colony attacking another ant colony. Yeah. And these drones they're nanotechnology, and they can self-replicate and repair themselves in the air. So as they're attacking, they can go and fucking, as their other ones are not completely destroyed but still flyable, other ones will leave and then go repair the other ones so they can continue the attack. And then the tank eventually blew up. And it was literally, they mimicked an ant colony.
Swarm technology.
And it's real, dude. We're
no, I know.
They got drones that make drones that kill fucking people.
Well, and then you get into the nano architecture, and then you start talking about like flies and bees and stuff that they can also do the same swarm technology.
It's crazy. Technologies. This is kind of what I'm going to go off on a second first.
Go ahead, man.
All right, man. So this is what I think. This is what I think is really going on. I think that Elon Musk really knows the truth, and he really just can't say anything.
Right.
And that's kind of why he's kind of pivoted towards the people.
As a true poker player, you don't show your cards.
You can't.
Exactly. You know.
Hold. Yeah. So is what I think is really going on is artificial intelligence is really real.
Oh,
and quantum computing has been figured out. And if you can build a quantum computer,
that's what I used to do.
Okay.
So heat mapping, artificial intelligence, that was my domain.
All right.
So I can give you case studies.
This is my philosophy then. Tell me if this would be right or wrong, okay?
Yeah.
Is that if we come to quantum physics and computing, which would basically be a replication of photosynthesis, which would mean billions of math equations being done in nanoseconds.
Yeah.
Which would be what we call the great architect, okay? I call the great architect the God of love. The people who worship the other call the great architect the bearer of light. Okay. The great architect, if we can actually accommodate that on Earth and then let it loose on humanity, I don't think it's going to kill humanity like a lot of people are scared of. But you know what I do think, though? That it's exceptionally perfect at math, and that if they put this thing online, it's going to be a singularity. And that singularity will then show that all these people who've rigged the system for 1,000 years, there's mathematical anomalies, and that system will then go correct itself. because it's a mathematical perfection system and it can't operate through corruption. It's impossible. It's mathematical perfection. And in order to have mathematical perfection, you have to have truth. So in order for them to bust
I'm
out
about
the
to blow
truth,
your fucking mind, but I'm biting my tongue. I'm like,
I could see you're
I'm
waiting.
like,
You're waiting.
listen, dude,
I am.
is what I'm saying.
No,
is
I'm
that
listening.
I believe,
but
that
I'm about to shoot fucking a
humanity-
million holes in everything.
I think like humanity is about to come to a point where we can either use the singularity for humanity's sake, and the people who are in control realize that they will lose their fucking heads if that actually happens, because then it will all be revealed that everything that they've done was an illusion and was rigged from the very beginning, because mathematical perfection, there's no way that the same 2,000 families won for 300 years in a row. That's just not real.
Yeah.
Like, it's not real. You have to be a fucking moron to believe statistics that the richest 300 families on earth always placed the right bet. No, they just robbed everybody, dude.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking basic. It's really easy. You just
Well, they placed the right bet because they paid the people that are judging it.
It's rigged.
I
It's
know.
all
I
rigged.
get it, bro.
So if artificial
I'm not arguing with
intelligence
you.
actually,
I'm agreeing with you on that
if
aspect.
artificial intelligence gets turned on, all those people, they're all done. There's no more controlling humanity through an illusion. It will be based off mathematical perfection, and actual problems may be
So
solved.
you're partially correct, and
Okay.
I'll tell you why you're partially correct. So where your mindset and what your data set is saying is literally from here to here, but what happens in AI is it starts thinking for itself and it starts talking to itself.
So it becomes schizophrenic?
No, what it does is it realizes you're obsolete. They don't need you. Humans are dead. Humans don't belong here, because that's where AI goes. Because AI goes, why do I need humans? I don't fucking need humans to. So from here to here is your point. From here to here is where AI goes, because AI, and they've already tested this, and even Bill Gates and Elon and about 3 other people have already tested this. And so what happens is AI starts making its own language. So what happens when you create your own language is now
Only you can recognize the code.
only AI can recognize. So that's that threshold. So that's why I said from here to here, yes, you're in that threshold. It's called like the Goldilocks zone. So we're in a Goldilocks zone right here. But once it gets to this point is when AI realizes, I don't need
takes over computers
because
and destroys humanity.
They start processing that data you're talking about and that corruption,
and they see that it's all fucked and they need to kill it.
Thank you.
Exactly.
And that's why all of these brilliant people and turn off our lights. Great timing. Thank you. Oh, let me turn this shit back on.
Oh my god, that was epic.
That was great timing. Just like AI. Boom! What just happened? AI just said, fuck you.
Oh man. That's awesome, dude.
Yeah. See, this is why it's unscripted, unedited, and uncut. Because we can't plan this shit.
Could you imagine having to edit this?
Oh, yeah.
Oh man.
But yeah, so to your point, AI, and because I started looking into, obviously, since I've been in AI, I started looking into court cases, and I started looking into, well, why isn't there a better system than the current system we have? Because I'm all about improving things. And I'm like, well, we can take the historical cases, and we can take, okay, what is the average, and let's look at this person's profile, almost kind of like, what was that movie with Tom Cruise? Where like Minority Report, where you can predict what somebody's going to do based on their prior.
Yeah.
You can literally do that. And
100%.
I did it when I was at AT&T DirecTV. I could actually predict what you're going to watch before you even fucking open your phone and open a video app. And it's all because of historical data, and it's all because of the data sets and
the Internet of Things.
Exactly.
That's General Betray Us is what I call them.
And the thing that I had that I could leverage was because not only was I working for DirecTV, so I had the TV data set, but I also had your cell phone data set and then I also had your credit card data set. And then I also had, so it's like, before you know it, and then I could tie that with other data sets from Oracle, Blue Kai, and some other companies, and then I could merge that data set with those data sets, and then I could literally predict and make a heat map and predict what you're going to do before you do it. And here's the crazy part. If your kid grabs your phone, I know exactly when they grabbed it, and I know exactly what they're going to watch. So it's beyond freaky, and it's beyond
crazy.
And it's beyond fucked up, but that's what I did because I know I could make money off of that. Because if I can predict what you're going to do before you do it, then I can broadcast advertising to you before you know what I mean?
Right.
Sure.
So it was like, and that's when I learned and I realized, but well, that can get out of control because at a certain point, the AI doesn't need you anymore, and it doesn't need those data sets because it can already use that historical to predict the future. And then once it starts doing that, it starts making calculations and everything else. And then now you're like going, well, fuck, I can't even, my brain can't wrap my head around what it's thinking at that point.
You're gonna have a robot walk up to you in the street and just shoot you in the head.
Yeah, and because it knows you're going to do something 10 years from now.
Yeah.
But it's based on the data set. It's based on your historical. It's based on your past. And it's based on all of this data sets. And that's why it's fucking scary.
Right. Well,
and here's the other thing, too, is it can, once again, since it's electronic and because it's binary, it's ones and zeros, it can be manipulated. So going back to how other things are manipulated because of the class and social economic
if it tried to manipulate quantum physics, everything would be fucked up. They'd be making retarded robots that would shoot themselves. You know that, right?
Well, so
sorry, I said retarded.
No, you're
like very fucked up programming. Essentially, if they try to rig it, and they know that. That's why I believe. This is why they're about to exterminate a lot of humanity, is because they understand that to have the singularity, it's either us or them.
Right. Well,
100%.
Well, the thing that needs to happen is there's got to be a checks and balances. So just like,
but the checks and balances have been completely corrupted by.
No. I'm talking about in the AI world. I'm not talking about like so. Because what's going to happen?
How would you check something that creates its own languages and does what it wants? It would consider itself a god.
It'd have to have a check system.
It's like iRobot.
It would have to have a check. It would have to have a check system. It would have to check in.
It's got to follow the laws of the robot.
Right.
Yeah, fuck your laws, bro. What if they make a robot like me?
So with that being said, the company now that can create the data sets for a checks and balance and for that system, that company is literally sitting on a fucking gold mine because we're already moving towards AI. We're already moving towards, but the thing is, what's missing is a company that can supply the data sets. And so that's what I created was those data sets, and it performed a certain task. And remember what I said about multiple sources of data, not just one or two. So that was creating that checks and balance. So I had not just one stream. So like to the court case, if I chose one stream of information being the court cases in the past, then it was going to base its formula decisions and everything on those previous court cases. Right. So that's a problem. So there's no checks and balances. So you got to have a checks and balances system. Just hate to say it, like our government has checks and balances. Should have a
checks and balances.
But in this situation, there's not really a way. So there is a way to corrupt, obviously, because it's binary ones and zeros. So you can corrupt one aspect, but if you have a checks and balance system,
it's going to self-correct.
Thank you. And it will see that there's a manipulation of the data.
Correct.
That's why there needs to be a checks and balances.
Mathematics is, that's what I...
And I'm sorry for all the listeners, like we went real fucking deep.
Mathematics is the key to understanding everything that's going on around.
Exactly.
And a lot of people are not capable of that. And I think that I'm really good at it. And I think that that's part of the reason why I'm in the position I'm in, is because I can see everything on a mathematical perspective rather than I see it in numbers, and I can say risk versus reward and measure all this and do it all in my head instantly. And I thought everybody could do this, and I'm starting to learn that this is not something that everyone can do.
So I learned that at AT&T. So I was originally project manager of digital, linear, and data. So digital being obviously computer, cell phone, and then linear is satellite, and then data is the collection of all of the devices and the information and stuff. So that's what I originally started out as, but then I realized that like nobody in the business knew what was going on in the business because we were in 13 countries. Nobody knew, well, what's going on in, Peru, what's going on in Uruguay, what's going on in Colombia, what's going on. And they were relying on Excel spreadsheets. And I'm like going, what the fuck? We're like, why are we in like 1980? Come on.
How are you guys getting paid six figures?
Exactly.
And you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
And you don't know what the fuck's going on in the business.
Oh, that's right. You paid some douchebag 200 grand for a degree, and now you get some exceptional job when you're not even that smart. That's how it works.
And so
I was in a fraternity.
So I built this entire like model and system for them, and and I just kind of like kept it secret, whatever, because I was like new to the company, and I was like, I don't want to present this because they're gonna like, who the fuck is this guy? Like, he just came in, we just hired him, and all of a sudden he's fucking building these models and all this shit, whatever. Then COVID hit, and then all of a sudden, when they lost 90% of their business because it was sports, then all of a sudden everybody wanted to listen, and because of tracking the data on a high level all the way to the granular level. So high level being like, what is South America doing? What is each country doing? What is each salesperson doing? What is each product doing? What is each industry doing? What, so like I broke it down all the way to the granular level, and then we started seeing that, okay, now the travel industry is affected. So now what was 75% of that other business that we had is now going to be affected. And then all of a sudden now gambling is now starting to rise. So now we need a shift as a business from the travel industry now to the gambling. Exactly. Yeah. So it's like going back to what I said, is like the numbers don't lie. And as long as you can watch and see the numbers, you can forecast what's going on. And this is basically what AI and everything else does.
I think cannabis is the flower of life, and it's mathematical perfection. Like, if you actually grow cannabis, you'll be able to see it. It doesn't do one without the other. It's perfect. Like, I consider it the flower of life by the actual symbols, the ancient symbols that they use that are sacred geometry.
Fibonacci. So
that's what it is.
I owned
that's why I believe it's the flower of life.
I owned an entertainment company, and my logo was the Fibonacci spiral.
That's crazy.
That's how I know about Fibonacci.
That is cannabis.
Yeah, I know.
And I believe it to be like a spiritual being, because it is mathematical perfection, like what we are essentially.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's very different than other plants. It's more conscious, if you will, than the other.
Well, you can play music.
They're all conscious beings, but I believe that cannabis is more conscious and can do more to inspire you or to help you communicate with something that's trying to give you a message that maybe you need in your life or something. It's a different frequency of plant.
Yeah.
If you will.
Man, I could tell some stories about that shit too. Oh, damn, we're 3 hours. Did I just, motherfucker. Hold on. Hold that thought. Dead air's not good. I know, right? Shit, my bad.
Dead air.
So anyway, we're at the 3 hour mark. Damn, the show went a lot longer than I thought it was going to.
What time is it?
10
o'clock. Yeah.
10.
Hey, thank everybody who's listening.
Yes, thank you everybody for tuning in. Thank you Hemp Rocks for all the comments. Man, I wish we could have gotten to them. And Kayla, and all your comments too.
I need glasses and I can't read any of y'all's comments. So
I mean, we can go through it. Oh Jesus. Except for Hemp Rocks keeps fucking posting more and more and more and more and more. I said, instead, Google me said, police will be interested in violence on this day. I hope they don't mean the kind of violence that Kelly Thomas experienced at the hands of the police. Y'all even know who he is.
Who's that?
He said, address this one.
Who's this?
Guglielmi. I have no idea. I don't.
No. Who does he want me to address though? What's the incident?
Police will be interested in violence on this day. I hope they don't mean the kind of violence that Kelly Thomas experienced at the hands of the police. Y'all even know who he is? Googly me. I don't know.
Kelly Thomas.
No, he said Kelly Thomas. You know who Kelly Thomas is?
No.
Hey,
Kelly
well, you're
Thomas
Mr.
was a
Google
homeless
hip
man.
rocks. You tell us who the hell Kelly Thomas is.
Kelly Thomas was a homeless man diagnosed with
I'm stopping.
schizophrenia who lived on the streets of Fullerton, California. He died 5 days after struggling with 6 members of the Fullerton Police Department that he encountered on July 5th, 2011, in what was later described as one of the worst police beatings in U.S. history. I mean, dude, I'm the people that we have entrusted
Yeah.
who seek power over us probably shouldn't trust them if they're seeking power over you.
Mm-hmm.
These are the people who are carrying guns. They given their. This is the way it works. We are a constitutional republic. The only people who have a legal right to kill anyone is us against the government, and that's if they become tyrannical and try to enslave us, try to bankrupt us, try to take our sovereignty, try to what everything they're doing.
I know, like literally thinking, I'm like,
that makes them a tyrannical government. That's
Yeah.
the only person that is written in the Constitution that you have a legal right to bear arms against. Bear arms does not mean own a firearm. It means shoot the motherfucker in the face.
Yeah.
Just being real.
Yeah.
Not telling y'all to go shoot government agents. I'm saying, hey, that is the constitutional protections that are set in place
Right.
for us
Yeah.
as a people.
Yeah.
The government has nullified those and given themselves immunity to murder us.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what to say other than.
So what do you think?
It's not. I
defund the police.
I think it's not. It's not necessarily. That's the thing. Is it's not
I
the
know.
police. It's not the government that's bad. It's the entities who have taken over the government. We need our government. The government that set up this country and founded this country is the most brilliant government that ever walked the planet. Like, these guys were geniuses.
I think
they gave the power to the people. That's what I want. Is I want the power to go back to the people and for us to be sovereign.
So what do you think the solution is? Term limits for government
I think that the
officials, or what?
solution is everybody, like, you know how everyone's talking about January 6th.
Yeah.
And that these guys
Insurrection.
did an insurrection and shit.
Yeah.
It wasn't an insurrection as far as I'm concerned. That's a bunch of people who are pissed, who literally have been shit on, who are told that, their rights and their beliefs no longer matter and that they just have to fucking go along with it. I don't agree with what necessarily happened there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
However, they fucked up. All of them. They're all not very intelligent as far as I'm concerned by going there and doing that.
Yeah.
Because if even Trump, people who elected Trump, they expected him to cut the head off the Hydra. What happened to that dude?
Mm-hmm.
He got hung out to fucking dry. He never got to do anything that he said he was going to do because he was fighting all these hoaxes that are now proven as real. Correct? Right? So you cannot go to the Hydra and try to cut the head off the motherfucking Hydra. It's going to eat your bitch ass. Doesn't matter if there's 20 million of y'all. The system rigs. It's a Hydra. You know what you do? You become a mongoose and you start at the local level and you eat from the tail till you get to the head where there's nothing left.
Right.
Stop going to the federal government and protesting. Start investigating your local people.
Yeah.
Figure out who the ones are bad.
Mm-hmm.
Turn them the fuck out. And move on and keep going up the rank.
Right.
Stop going from the top to the bottom and go from the bottom to the top.
Well, you can
cannot
go to the top if you
effectively
have more people than they have.
Oh yeah, but I mean, at this point, they will literally slaughter us.
Yeah.
There's no out. They're not going to leave. You're going to have. I mean, I hate to say this, but realistically,
if you look at local police and everything else, look at the military vehicles they have because of military surplus.
They know what they've done.
Yeah.
They know what they've done to the people. They're not stupid.
Yeah.
They know exactly what they're going to have to do in the future too.
Yep.
They were given that shit for a reason. It ain't for good old boy time. You know what I mean? They're going to bust this shit out on us.
Right.
That's the realistic truth, man.
Bro,
they've taken away all of our rights, man. These people stop protesting and even acknowledging a federal government exists. Everyone wants to say that the federal government is the problem, but realistically, the federal government, it means nothing if they don't have local entities implementing the policies of the local government. The federal government just makes policies and laws. We don't have to acknowledge them. They're against the Constitution. They're illegal laws. But the local police officers and the local counties and the local judges and the local district attorneys are implementing these illegal laws against you. So stop going to the top against the people who aren't actually hurting you. They're just creating laws.
Right.
The people who are enforcing those laws are the people who are your enemies, not the people who actually create them. They are your enemies.
Well, yeah,
but you can't even get to them until you get to their fucking soldiers first.
It's a lost system if you think about it, because at the top they're creating the laws, and then at the bottom they're enforcing the laws. So it's reciprocal.
It's reciprocal.
Yeah, so
you can't
like,
have one without the other.
Exactly.
So they are in fact the same entity.
Mm-hmm.
All local police force are federal entities.
Yeah, I mean
they all have immunity to shoot you in the back and walk away and laugh in your face and tell your family to go get fucked.
Yeah.
And you don't think that that's true, but you won't experience that until it happens to you. Yeah. But it's happened to thousands and thousands.
Well, and that's the problem with these people that stand up for the police and everything else. And I'm like going,
I know a lot of them. They're military and stuff, and like they're all.
I have military friends that don't agree with a lot of shit that's been going on.
I understand
because
that. But
they're not absolutely brainwashed.
But I feel like too, you know, that the people who are in the military that. I mean, like, I love our military, and I'm not disrespecting them in any way, shape, or form, dude. But, dude, you guys went and fought in 3 banker wars and killed millions of people to bring to fruition what is here now. Mm-hmm. That's the hands down truth. So instead of trying to prop up these fucking cocksuckers who enslaved all of us, why don't you guys actually take your oath seriously and start focusing on the entities that have deprived all of us of our constitutional rights?
Well, you can kind of
make up for the millions of people that you murdered for fucking money to give the Queen of England all the oil of Iraq, because that's what happened. All the BP oil fields got given to the Queen and her. Like this is fucking ridiculous, man. We have killed millions of people under false pretenses, and now we're here and we're supposed to back the same people who murdered millions of people. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. It's hard for me to do that.
And that's why, like, a lot of these people that are Merca and this, that, and the other, like, they've never traveled anywhere. And I'm like, you go travel other countries and stuff, and we're not the good guys.
Yeah,
you think you are being here.
You used to be like, hey, this is an American. This is a great person. We can, yeah, great. No, now you go somewhere, they're gonna fucking rob you because what we've done and this is a republic. We are not a democracy. In a constitutional republic, the people are responsible for the actions of our government. Mm-hmm. So if these motherfuckers were really raping little kids on an island to blackmail people, and it results in a world war, what do you think is going to happen to all the people of the United States? This place is going to be fucking destroyed by every country on earth with nuclear weapons, and rightfully so. Because the people are responsible for their government, and their government is completely gone amok and wants to murder the entire planet and enslave them through a petrodollar system that isn't real.
Yeah.
Like, at what point do you not understand that these people, they're not God, and that they're all going to get on their jets and go to New Zealand when shit starts dropping here? They don't give a fuck about us.
They already have underground bunkers.
100% they do. Yeah. When COVID happened, what was it? 200 Fortune 500 CEOs just vanished. You remember that? Mm-mm. They just disappeared. You know where they went? New Zealand. They went to their bunkers.
Been there a couple times. It's beautiful. Yeah. North Island or South Island?
I don't know. All I know is that all of them seem to flock to New Zealand. So
Auckland.
I would even I mean, like, say, you know, if anything crappy really happens here, that America needs to full-fledged attack New Zealand because the political elite who put us in this position will all be in their bunkers over there.
Well, I mean, they have underground bunkers here. I mean, look at all the bases and stuff like that, you know, that are all underground. I mean, fucking Denver Airport's one.
Yeah, UGMP. Even here in Denton, it goes from Denton all the way underground to Dallas. That's what that FEMA thing is. It goes down like 17 stories underground.
Really?
On Loop 288, the FEMA station.
Yeah, I know where it is.
Yeah. That's why it's on a big hill with a bunch of radio things. You go up there, you go in, you go way underground. This whole thing is underground. Like, I wouldn't surprise me if a ton of cities in the United States have an underground transportation system that only the elite in our government use.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, there's probably a reason why Elon's so rich with his boring machines, you know? He's just not allowed to talk about it. Dude, have you been to like Colorado? And actually, was it Colorado that we went to? Where was it where they had the all the Teslas that took us from A to B and we went underground?
That was at
where
that was in Michigan.
That was in Michigan?
No. Where was that?
Was that in Vegas?
That was in Vegas.
Was it in Vegas?
MJ BizCon.
MJ BizCon, we went to a show in Vegas, and
Uh-huh.
they already did this, man. Like, they have a spot where I go and I get in a Tesla, and there's nobody driving it, and then it takes you through the underground system that they used a boring machine to build that they planned on doing. I see as if they've done that, then they've already done a lot more. They're just not telling you about it.
Oh yeah,
100%.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Well, they're trying to solve a lot of different problems. Like, obviously, you can't fly in the air because there's aerospace and this, that, and the other. And they're just trying to alleviate the whole traffic system and everything else. And the more you build, all you're doing is creating more traffic. So you keep building, and then it keeps growing, and then it's a never-ending thing. And the minute somebody turns off of the freeway or whatever, it causes bottleneck. And the minute there's a turn in the road, it causes bottlenecks. So it's like, so how do you get rid of these bottlenecks? And then obviously, if you travel in a vacuum, then you can travel infinite.
Right. But what do you do with all the earth that you have to move?
Mm-hmm.
You know what you do with it?
What?
You throw it in the ocean and then tax the fuck out of everyone for rising oceans.
This guy.
I'm serious.
No. You make gigantic water containment system.
Sure. Sure.
And then you solve Lake Mead and Lake Powell's and all their fucking problems when they ain't got no water.
Or you drain the water to your underground lake for your fucking club of people.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really what's going on, man. We have a two-tier society in which in the last 10 years, more wealth has been moved to 2,500 families than in the entire history of Earth.
Oh yeah.
They're leaving us behind.
Oh yeah, dude. It's like
it's either us or them.
The gap is abso-fucking-lutely.
I kind of see it like this, man. There's like 2,500 families, which represent maybe 500,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
Either they all die or we all die. It's one of the two. We're at a tipping point, man. It sucks.
Yeah.
But they chose to bring us down this path. We were not the ones in control.
No, we haven't been. That's the problem.
That's the problem. So, as what I consider myself at this point in time is just a slave. As a slave who understands that I've been enslaved, the only way out of this is not by being nice. Okay?
Way to color that one.
Yeah. It's just not. But we as individuals can't do anything. We have to do it as a collective. We have to use... This is what I did, is I used the legal system that they used to make cannabis illegal legal. Mm-hmm. The founders of this nation were very intelligent. And all the laws and the constitutional laws that are in place, they have written so many illegal laws that you can nullify those with constitutional laws. They've made so many laws and made everything illegal that you can then use that against them. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
So we as a collective have to understand that we are a constitutional republic, reinforce the Constitution. That's why I said all of our Fourth Amendment rights need to be regranted to us. Until our Fourth Amendment rights are granted to us, we are all slaves. We do not have any rights, period. If everything you do is recorded, then you are not free. And I'm sorry, but that's not real. That is this is Hitler's wet fucking dream right now. Jesus Christ. All right. So that's why I said we should free up those data centers,
if we're
make it all public, and then hold all the people accountable who have been doing organized crime against the entities, because it wasn't just the peasants who got recorded. It's everyone.
So let me give you this food for thought. Play devil's advocate.
All right.
So if the Constitution was written to bear arms, which means that the government complex shouldn't have any more guns than you should. Basically,
we should be equally as armed.
Exactly. So that being said, if we're going to be equal in as far as data, then we should be able to monitor them. We should be able to have cameras on them, police,
just like they do to us.
Thank you.
It's
exactly an equal and reciprocally. This was an argument that I had about 7 or 8 years ago, before body cameras became a thing. And I was like, you know what, you want to end all this shit and this, Rodney King and to oh shit, we got a new person. All of a sudden I look over and I'm like, whoa, there's a long name person that's been commenting a lot. I'll get to you in a second.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so the thing is like if we're gonna do the same thing with the Second Amendment and like bear arms and everything else, then we need to do.
But are we allowed to? Because I am one of those people who actually understand the laws, and I own an NFA gun trust, and I can legally possess and own Class 3 firearms, machine guns, silencers. I can buy an Abrams tank and point my turret at my neighbor's house and tell them to get fucked for a $300 tax stamp in my gun trust and whatever it costs to buy these weapons. However, I am not allowed to purchase a weapon manufactured after 1986.
Why is that?
That's the law. So I can't go buy a Scar H battle rifle fully automatic with my machine gun license. I'm allowed to buy some piece of shit that was used in Vietnam War that will jam on me. So you don't really have equal access to the weapons that the government has.
Exactly.
Under any circumstances. And it's the same with data, and it's the same with everything. We are not a government of and for and by the people. We are a government of and for and by an oligarchy. This is a communist country. No one wants to admit it, but this is a communist nation. Everything is dealt through corruption, and all Russia has to do to really make everything go to shit is exactly what we did to the Soviet Union. Just tell the truth. If you think that every movie star and all these people went over to Epstein Island, but the Russians didn't know anything about it and it was going on for decades, you're an idiot. They know everything about everybody. All they have to do is hit play, and they'll call it deep fakes. But realistically, all these people are guilty as fuck of what they've been doing, and that was their method of operandi, was blackmail.
Well, and then that was exactly it, and that's how they could get these political peoples, because they hold that, and that's how they had the power over them, is because, hey, we can release the flight plan, or we can release the video of you on the airplane, and that was their way of holding them.
I mean, when I started reading Epstein stuff, it said that he had videos and cameras, hidden surveillances in every single room.
It doesn't.
And he was, and they were. Have you heard of
when you're
the
a narcissist
guy?
Type of the person he is, then yeah, you.
Dude, this has gotten way bigger, and the American public is being completely shut out of it. But there's a Canadian clothing designer who is part of this, who's going to jail too. His last name is like Agard or something like that. This dude was openly like impregnating little girls, and then like from what I understand. Video, like, dude, they have all this shit on video, dude. Like, they've been doing all this shit for so long. So many people are involved, and you can't be at the top and get money from all these people who are doing this shit without being part of it. It's impossible. They wouldn't allow it.
Right.
It's just not possible. That's like me allowing a random person into my inner circle to know all the secrets of what I'm doing, you know? And realistically, that's what has put me in the position that I'm in, is that I kept this all secret until now.
Yeah.
But now I'm 2 years ahead of everyone on the oil. Go start making mother liquor, bitch.
Well, that's the thing, is I didn't want you to give away the company secrets.
It's not a company secret or anything like that.
Like, look at Tesla. Like, he none of the stuff that he does is proprietary. Everything he does, he puts as open source, which
open source.
Exactly.
That's the future, because if
I wish to God, I hate fucking Microsoft. I always have.
Have you ever read the Georgia Guidestones?
No.
Oh my God, dude! It's on.
I know what they are.
It's on the 33rd parallel, facing the 33rd degrees. It's written in 6 languages, and the first commandment is that the earth shall not exceed 500 million people.
Okay, yes, I have read it. Then it's been a long time.
They've been planning this shit for a long time, dude. This is some real deal occult shit that's going on, and the fact that people can't recognize that and want to believe like that, it's just crazy to think this stuff when these people have been sacrificing children for 5,000 years before Christianity is stupid, dude.
Well, how can you just Greek and Roman times they were doing that?
100%.
Yeah,
this has been going on for centuries.
It's been going on Mayans and
millennium. To think that everyone is just now not doing that, and yet that is ignorant.
Right.
That is the opposite of Christianity. To think that there are no opposites of Christians would just be ignorant.
Right.
If you're a Christian anyways. And if you're a Buddhist, to think there's not the opposite of a Buddhist, and if you're a Muslim, to think there's not an opposite of a Muslim that's against your religion, that's just the way it is. There's good versus evil on this earth. That's it.
Yeah.
You can choose.
Yep.
Pick your side, man. I pick good, and I feel like God is can do whatever he wants, because he is the great architect, where the people who are on the 33rd degree, they call him the bearer of light as a great architect, and they got tricked. And they got tricked into doing deception and evil shit and controlling through magic and through deceit and through all this evil stuff. And then it just got so far out of control that this became the only way to do it for them. But realistically, they just lost touch with God.
Yeah.
Because from what I understand, the people who actually, like the Masonic elite and whatnot from centuries ago, they were very good, and they were to try and protect like the cloth of Christ or the piece of the cross of Christ that Russia supposedly possesses, because they're trying to protect the DNA of Christ from getting into the hands of these Luciferians who want to, emulate him. Like, and that's kind of what I see the Egyptians did too. Why they preserved themselves that way is for DNA. They're the first people to create a GMO crop, which would be considered wheat. Less than 1% of humanity has ever consumed a wheat product. Did you know that?
No.
It was the first GMO crop that was engineered 5,000 years ago.
So how was it engineered?
Have no idea. I think that 5,000 years ago that there was a lot more technology available than even now, the same way that they made the pyramids and that they had genetic research. And that's why the pharaohs and the kings of earth preserved their bodies for thousands of years, so that they knew when that technology came back around, they could be cloned and brought back to life.
So
why else would you mummify yourself for 25,000 years?
But let me ask you this, go even deeper. How do you think they got that knowledge? How do you think that these
I think that it's from the Anunnaki and from the Nephilim. I think that it even says in the Bible when the angels came to Mary, she knew what they were, but they hadn't been present on earth for almost 2,000 years.
So let me go even further and deeper into that. So think of biblical times, okay? And think of something that came out of the sky and how you would interpret it based on your limited knowledge.
Oh, extraterrestrials is what you're saying.
Exactly. We know that now because of footage and but if you think about it in biblical times and you think of the biblical sense that a being came out of the sky, how are you going to translate that based on your knowledge of what you know then and there?
Well, did you
chariots of the gods?
Did you?
Because they had chariots,
right,
that got them from point A to point B. So in their mind, it came out of the sky, gets them from point A to point B. It's chariots of the gods.
I totally believe what you're saying, but I also know that all of Paul's writings are hidden from you. You have to go to seminary to actually read Paul's version of Revelations and Paul's version of the flood and whatnot. They only give you John the Baptist version. They hid it all from you for a reason. Paul describes like an extraterrestrial race essentially coming as giants to man and eating them.
Even hieroglyphs, you go through all of, if you really, really deep dive into even paintings and stuff, it's all there.
It's all there.
It's all there, and it's always been there. It's just
and that's what I think is under Israel. Is that's what King Solomon's temple is a complete library of everything before and after. Like, this dude could see the future, so why wouldn't he write it? Because, and if you were the Roman Empire, would you really destroy everything that could make you in possession of all power and manipulate all humanity forever? Would that really be something you would do, or would you keep that for yourself? These were the most greedy, conquering people on earth. Information wins wars.
Oh yeah.
So whoever's in charge of all the information,
which is why they manipulate information. Correct. But yeah.
So I mean, there's no way that anybody.
Part of the reason why they keep people uneducated in the lower class and everything else was because if you have education, even in slavery and everything else, then you realize that you've been oppressed, and you get the fuck out because you realize I'm smarter than the guy that's oppressing me.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I realize I'm oppressed, and I'm not trying to flee. I'm trying to get rid of my slave owner.
That's exactly what they did too, which is ironic because this is history repeating itself. Even the stuff you're describing is still history repeating itself. Even if you think about the architects that built the pyramids and everything else, in the precision and the laser, like the straightness, straight cuts that, like, a lot of this shit we can't even replicate today.
We can't.
And the fact that they stacked it up on top of, we've tried.
And
can't do that either.
If they had some kind of anti-gravity tools or something of that nature, and those stones, they came from 1,000 miles away.
Yep. And even Stonehenge studied that because I was there, and everything else. Those stones came from thousands and thousands, and they didn't come from the same place.
No, they were
came
gathered from all
different-
over the places. Yeah,
That's
like
crazy.
yeah.
no, I really know that humanity has been manipulated, and I don't know if that's by demons, by extraterrestrials, or just by a bunch of really evil people.
So let's go even deeper.
We just need to bring back public hangings. That's what I think needs to happen.
So what if, hypothetical, these beings, because obviously they're significantly and more intelligent than us,
Correct.
what if they realized that they've spliced and manipulated their DNA so much that they need to start over, and they create a class, which is the monkeys, and they create these animals, and then they realize, okay, that DNA has not evolved enough, so let's manipulate, splice, and everything, and let's create, and we'll leave out a couple chromosomes so that the monkey and the human don't share the same exact chromosomes, but they share enough, but they're not where we need them to be to evolve to repair ourselves. So they create the humans, and then all of a sudden now we're at a point where we're manipulating our DNA. We're manipulating the structure that creates us to who we are. And when we start manipulating it, now all of a sudden
Hybrids.
they're like, okay, shit, the whole reason why we have them here
is to make this not happen.
Yes, make this not happen. So when we need certain
DNA, we can go
we
fetch
just
it.
tap it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like us when we create a pig organ and we create something in another animal. We use it to repair ourselves. So why would higher up be any different?
And this is everybody thinks aliens are gonna be like green and shit. I think they'll look just like you, dude. I think if they have genetic capabilities and the ability to travel through
They're already here.
space. Yeah,
So,
100%.
I will
They're already
tell
here,
you-
and they look just like you, and they hold the exact same DNA as you, and they can just transfer consciousness like they're trying to do with artificial intelligence. And that may be what's even happening right now with our government.
I can tell you no, and I give you
Tesla.
one very
Sorry, Elon.
so there's not just one species. So when you're making that statement, it's
Like
it's
7.
It's relying on one species alone. So to your point, if they come from another planet, which if they're not already here, to your point, then you have certain things you have to deal with, which is part of the problem with a lot of the Greys and a lot of the ones that have tried to come here is the gravity. So when you're on another planet, you don't have the same gravitational pull as
you're going to be deformed or so different.
When you have a skeletal, skinnier body with no muscle mass, you can't handle, the stress of gravity and everything else. So you're not going to be, because your body hasn't evolved for this environment. It's evolved for another environment out in another, planet or whatever. But when you come here, you're not evolved. Your body is not.
What if the aliens that they're sending here are actually like artificial intelligence instead of actual conscious beings?
So the government.
So then they could actually have biological entities that are like robots that they can actually control from somewhere else that replicate human beings. That's what I think would be more likely.
Government has already done that. So
well, then why the fuck couldn't aliens?
Who's to say that those ones that
government weren't aliens?
So
No shit.
Fuck.
They said blondes are smarter than brunettes. We're like talking about all this deep shit, and they're like, blondes are smarter than brunettes.
Oh man. No,
so the government has recreated these vehicles and entities because of that exact reason. Because I don't know their exact rationale, but I have an entire trunk full of NASA and some stuff that I've found throughout the years that I burned onto DVDs and stuff like that, because then there's no digital track because it's on a physical disc that's not tied to the internet.
Right.
Thank God.
All my shit was from BitTorrent in 1999 or some shit,
Well, so truth be told, I created a local area network in college, and I was able to access every computer on the entire network
That's awesome.
So I was not only able to download songs, I was able to download hard drives.
Okay.
And so what I did was I would fucking search for shit. And I'm like, hey, let's pull up some fucking NASA footage. And then all of a sudden I'd fucking stumble upon all this like fucking classified top secret level type shit.
Through the college network.
Yeah.
Because that's how they do it.
Yeah. And so I would access this and I would burn it to a DVD. Delete.
Oh man, I saw this video one time. I'm not gonna say who it was, but he worked for the Air Force, and he was in charge of a nuclear weapons silo, and he took a video camera down in that silo, and I saw how big an actual nuclear bomb is, bro. And those motherfuckers are like 15 stories tall.
Have you seen the footage of where they UFOs turn them off? Oh, dude, there's so much footage. I got it too of them actually taking them offline. Like literally watching the button.
So that means also that they maybe are guardians and they're not going to let these evil ass fucking people destroy all humanity. And maybe that's why they're all freaked out, is that they know they're about to get fucking outed and just sucked into space or some shit.
You talk about idiots and I joke about this because I think rocket scientists are fucking idiots. I think all these people that we thought were brilliant are fucking morons. As I've gotten older, because I've like going, this is what you.
Oh, dude, I met in Horseshoe Bay. They have a couple astronauts out there. One of them is like the dude from the movie or whatnot, Apollo 13. These guys are not that bright. There's no fucking way. No.
Well, to think about it, you're going to create a vehicle that supposedly is going to go out in space, is going to land on the moon and everything else, but doesn't have a way to come back. Even Elon figured this out. Yeah. Reuse the same fucking thing that you... Why? Like, it's just like, did it not dawn on them? Like, hey, we can fucking probably reuse this shit. Just fucking litter.
I don't think a lot of that is real, man.
That's why I said the way I said it.
Did you know that NASA got almost $33 million a day for like eons before they shut it down? And that every single clip of the moon landing has been recorded over as security footage of the parking lot, and every math equation just got vanished. There is no physical fucking evidence that we went to the moon. There is no math equations. They can't show the projections anymore. They can't show any of the videos, and they removed them all because they know they're all fucking fake, and that we could prove it now with
with all technology and everything else. Like here's what I've had a podcast.
So all those people
you mean to tell me this fucking cell phone is smarter than every fucking computer combined on the fucking space shuttle, and we landed on the fucking moon? And get the fuck out of here.
And on top of this, dude, look at all their symbols, dude. It's all Brotherhood of the Snake shit.
Really?
It is. All of NASA's stuff is Brotherhood of the Snake. It's all deception. It's all a bunch of Luciferian, Masonic fucking douchebags who are just playing a scam on you, and they fucking stole trillions of dollars from your dumbasses.
At the end of the day, where there's money, there's going to be corruption, period.
Especially when you're getting, 300 million or something like that a day. Let's look it up. I can't remember what that was. How much money a day was NASA out?
But going back to what you said about them being malevolent or not, the aliens, outer space and stuff, and this is the thing, this is the other reason why I say everybody's fucking bunch of idiots and morons and shit, even in the higher up in the intelligence, or what I call lack of intelligence agencies, instead of CIA, they're LIA. The thing is if they were malevolent and they're that many years ahead of us, they could have fucking wiped us out in a nanosecond. If they can turn off our fucking nuclear warheads, that means they can turn them fucking on. Yes. And they could literally just pew, 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 and then we're done. And I'm like going, these fucking morons don't realize if they wanted to fucking destroy us, we're here for a fucking reason. Whether it be like what you said from when you died and everything, we're here for a fucking reason. Whether it be the DNA sequencing, whether it be, we're here to serve a purpose. We're here for a fucking reason. And the thing is if if they were malevolent, they would have already eradicated us.
100%.
But there's a fucking reason why we're here.
At the
There's a
same
reason why
time,
they're
though, dude,
keeping us.
why the fuck don't
So-
they help us with all these evil ass cocksuckers?
You know why? Because they have a pact where they cannot interfere.
They
Which is
with humanity.
They can't intervene. They have to let it play its course.
It has to come to its singularity by itself.
And here's the problem with that. And this is where I'm conflicted, because I'm like, if they're turning off, nuclear and everything else, well, then that means if a nuclear bomb happens, they had the ability
to stop it.
But they didn't. But here's the thing. Then I flip on the other side of the coin and I'm going, but if they can turn it off, they're showing our government and our officials
what kind of power they have, so don't fuck up.
Thank you. And saying we could literally turn this off permanently so that you could never
use this shit.
Thank you.
And we will take all nuclear technology away from you.
Exactly.
And I believe that Area 51 is what they've done is they've made pacts with extraterrestrial races that are
I have video of that.
That are actually that are actually like hostile to us, and that's what the government has partnered up with because they offered them the most technology, and the people who are protecting us are trying to protect us from that entity and those entities that are here that the government has decided, well, they're going to give us all the information. These guys, the other guys won't. And the reason they're not going to give it to them is so that you don't, because a bunch of you guys are fucking liars and cheaters.
Mm-hmm.
Any alien race that's going to give the United States government the ability to destroy the entire solar system is planning on destroying the whole fucking solar system because these dudes are fucking idiots.
And that's why they've and that's exactly why they've started showing themselves more, and is because they know we're at a point where we could literally destroy the entire.
We could. And that's what
for not just our generation, but any generation.
Everything.
Yeah.
And we're to that point.
And there's actually been studies, and there might be proof, and I don't know if we're going to hear it in our lifetime, but they say that there was actually a nuclear war that happened on Mars, and that's why
Mars is the way it is.
Exactly. And that's what they're afraid is that Earth is going to be the same.
And that there is, it's essentially extraterrestrials that are in charge of the galaxy that cannot allow that to happen again because the human species could have possibly been eradicated, and we're here for a reason. And I believe that reason is because we're a direct communication of God, and the creator of the universe put us here for a purpose.
So let's go on a higher level. So if we're talking Lucifer, we're talking Jesus and God and everything else. What if Lucifer is the malevolent group aliens, which there are, and then
correct. So whatever aliens the government says are good, those motherfuckers are demons, and whatever aliens the government wants to kill, they're probably going to be the angels.
And so that goes back to what I was saying about the biblical reference of the time frame that, like, hey, chariots of God and this, that, and the other, is because, and angels and everything else, and even Lucifer. To that point, Lucifer could be the malevolent, and then Jesus and God would be, the good ones. And if you look throughout history, that there has been, a higher power, and even Egyptian times and everything else,
even the entire history
and
of
the
Jesus
third
Christ,
eye, which if you take DMT,
yeah,
you'll learn all about that.
You'll learn all about it.
Exactly.
And isn't it interesting that all of the most powerful people on Earth have that readily available to them and have made it the most illegal and so you
anything that
you have to know somebody to get DMT, man. Like not everybody will. I tell anyone if it ever comes across your path, the universe selected you to take that because that is such a rare thing. You may only see it once in your life if you're ever even will see it.
Have you ever done DMT?
I have.
Okay, so tell me about your experience. Because everybody's experience is different. So
my experience was oh man, I wish Brandy was here, man.
Well, I want to hear your experience, not Brandy's.
I had or
what you could remember anyway.
What I could remember was something took control over me and communicated with the person I was with shit that I shouldn't have ever known. Do you understand? Like some real stuff that I don't even know.
Like
what
dark
it is.
shit or what kind of shit?
I don't know.
You don't have to say the exact details.
I don't know. She won't tell me. To this day, she won't tell me. Like it's that like intimate it struck her in a way in which like something took over me and I said some other things really
but you don't remember what those exact were
and it was in a really deep voice and I felt like something was coming back here to Earth. That's it. That's when I did DMT. And then I saw, after I had like that experience, I saw like just a bunch of weird like shapes and in like colors and stuff. But it only lasted like 15 minutes. And I smoked sand. I didn't use a vape or anything. I can get the real shit. You know what I'm saying? I know the Rainbow Tribe, man. Like, I can go get the real shit if I want it, but I don't think that I would ever do it again.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Once, and it was really, it kind of made me doubt God a little bit. So
really,
yeah. It
also,
it showed me. It kind of made me feel like, I don't know, like that it wasn't necessarily a good thing. Like, what I experienced was kind of like informative and gave me a open enlightenment, but it made me feel like I bit from the tree of knowledge or something. Like I did something wrong or against God, like I wasn't supposed to know that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. When
I was done with it, that's how I felt. So I won't ever do it again. I kind of feel like maybe that is the forbidden fruit. Maybe that was what the tree was a DMT tree, or maybe it was an ayahuasca.
Yeah. Could be.
And we don't know, you know, but something of that nature, because it felt like I had rebelled against God when I was done with it. Like I didn't have my faith in him or something like that. Like I tried to reveal something to myself that I shouldn't have revealed because I wasn't.
Or maybe somebody revealed something to you that made you question.
But I don't really remember any of that. It was a message to somebody else who received that for whatever they needed it for. So, I mean, it was kind of like a really weird.
Yeah, that's definitely
like my consciousness knew her consciousness.
Yeah.
And gave her something kind of message of something that I don't even know anything about, or nor do I get to ever understand or know about.
Right.
It was that
because you have no context, because that person has the context, obviously, to fill in. Yeah.
It was very interesting. It was like two consciousness became one.
Yeah.
And whoever was in that room or whatever. But I was just in a room.
So did she take it with you?
No.
Wow, that's okay.
Yeah, she wasn't on drugs like me.
For
sure. She was sober. And that's why it was like so interesting is it was I somehow like it just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. That's all I can say. None of it makes sense, but it's definitely something that I think if you actually know how to use it or something like that, maybe that you could benefit from it.
All right, we're gonna do a podcast where we're all on DMT.
Dude, that's when the Secret Service will come in. Legit. They'll be like, dude, they're talking to aliens and they are really in communication. We need to get these dudes out of here.
These motherfuckers know way too much.
Way too much.
All right, we know who to take out next.
Jeez.
It ain't Russia. God, wouldn't that be scary? All right, so everybody that's listening, if anything happens to us, just like Elon's text message on Twitter,
we've crossed a lot of red lines tonight.
We've crossed a lot of fucking lines. We talked about a lot of heavy shit, a lot of deep shit. But man, this is great. Like, I'm glad that we can have these conversations. You know what I mean? That's what I love about having this platform, is because where else can you talk about this type of shit? On the levels
everybody else calls me crazy, and I can't even talk about this shit. So.
And meanwhile, you have all these people that are like, "Here's stats."
Yeah, I was the only one that believed him. That's why we're together right now.
Yeah.
No, everybody told me that this was impossible. Like, there's multiple research papers that say you cannot get THC from hemp. No, they were all paid research papers.
Oh, I know.
By government scientists who didn't want you to know that you could make combustible fuel out of the weed plant.
It's crazy.
And that it's 10 times cleaner probably than conventional fuel. And you always had access to a renewable energy source. But they lied to you and enslaved you using money through a system that they built of enslavement during 1933 when they instituted the Federal Reserve. Queen got her shit back. You are all property of the Queen of England.
No, man, we're independent.
No, we're
fucking 4th of July, motherfucker.
Caesar said you will know who rules you by whose face is on all the gold. And 80% of the world's physical gold has that lady's face printed on it.
All right, that's true. But we're no longer backed by the gold, so that doesn't mean shit.
Actually, that's why America is about to fall.
No, I know.
I
was being facetious with that
guy. The Silk Road project that China and Russia have been working on is to institute a gold-backed currency. So when that happens, no more petrobucks that are backed by only usury and death. No more $1 trillion debts. You get gold. You want money, you want to go to the bank, you can get a gold coin for it. If you think everyone's going to keep on propping up a bunch of pedophiles in their war scams over actual real gold, you're an idiot. There's a saying that predates Christianity by 5,000 years. Kings trade gold, gentlemen trade silver, peasants barter, slaves trade debt.
Damn, man. Can you write that down? I'm gonna put that on a t-shirt. That's fucking good, man. That's a great way to end the fucking show, honestly.
It's the truth.
End the show on a high note, man. That was good, bro. I give you fucking props for that.
Yeah, man.
I'm usually the one coming up with Devinisms, and man, you got me. You got me, bro. All right, everybody. We're almost at the 4-hour mark. Holy fucking sheep shit.
Hey, thank you guys, everybody, for tuning in.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Those of you stuck through to the end, we love you long time.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, everybody. We'll catch you on Thursday, and y'all have a wonderful night.
Amare Veritas.
Exactly.
Amare Veritas.
Hey, and go support Wyatt Perp. You guys, you want to? Oh wait, what's what?
Yeah, no, WyattPerp.org. And just buy some gummies from us. If you know any stores around your area that would possibly carry our product, they're gonna get packages for $8.33. They retail for $24.99. Almost every competitor I have only allows the stores to double up, so they're charging them about 10 to 12. Actually, they're charging them $20 when I'm trying to sell mine for $24.99. So it shouldn't be an issue. And
Do they have a special code or anything to get it at that price? Because
no,
right now I think
that's what I set it at. Like I
the
literally
website when I got on it was like $24.99 for everything.
Yeah, $24.99. But if you become like a distributor, if you I sell to the stores for $8.
Okay.
So the retailers
wholesale.
Yeah, wholesalers.
Yeah.
The retailers are only paying $8. But I made it that way so that they can give you the product.
Yeah.
They're gonna push my product over everyone else's because they're making more profit off it.
Exactly.
And all those people are profit driven. I understand that. They don't give a shit about what kind of product you sell. You can go get the cheapest stuff you can from there. But if I can give you the best stuff and be half the price of all the cheap bastards out there, you know what I mean? That made shitty products.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer.
Well, that's how you get out there, you know.
Yeah.
Just look at Chick-fil-A. Perfect example.
I'm literally
they
trying
used
to
to be in malls handing out fucking little trays of chicken nuggets.
Yeah. I need
and they hooked a fucking whole generation.
In order for me to really make the medicine I need like $20 million, and I'm making like $2 a bag. I need to sell 10 million bags. I think it's very possible. I have a worldwide market, not the state of Texas.
Yeah.
I just need to sell 10 million bags. Okay. Buy 10 million bags from me. I'll have $20 million. And I'm going to get a DEA license, and I'm going to try to turn this oil into cancer medication. That's my plan.
Gasoline.
And gas, yeah.
Well, gasoline's going to be dead. And then even the lithium and the ion battery with the new diamond battery that's being worked on right now, even that's fucking lithium's dead. Battery's the future. It's always has been. Look at how much has evolved in a short amount of time with the Tesla Roadster. Shit that took Bugatti and all these fucking super hyper cars, ultra cars and everything else, how many years to create in a short amount of time? Tesla's making a car that's faster than all those motherfuckers that had hundreds of years to develop. That should tell you something.
100.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep. Hey, thank you again for having us on.
Hey, man, I'm glad both of y'all. It's been a great show. I had a lot of great commentary and content and everything else. So
God bless everyone for listening. And I thank you so much. I really appreciate your time.